as we are once again alive upon the internet. And yeah, let's make doubly sure that we are in all ways, with everything set to public and bit rates going everywhere, titles changed, and stuff like that. And yeah, everything looks good, including my audio indeed. Yeah, let's grab this character. Although yeah, first actually I need to alter one thing. Although it's not a big alteration, so let's get that done. So one of the things I realized is I didn't put this up here, which is going to be handy to have. And then we need to, of course, make it work as well. So, I mean, yeah, so is this number times 0.9, and then if we lock the row, that's exactly what I'm doing. I don't know. It sometimes brings this up, like, yes, that is exactly the button combination I'm pressing. You accepted it the other few times. Is it just me pressing V? No. So it is a... Yeah. Maybe it's just not ready for it or something. So yeah, we will that, and then on this one it's same, but then 1.8. There we go.
I don't have to complain about guard duty being boring anymore.
Okay. Yeah, let me have a quick peek over here. and hey there, Harmonic and Mambu as well. That's bright and early in there. But yeah, everybody's doing well and enjoying their Wednesday. And yes, having fun. Oh, actually, you know what? Before I even actually jump into that, let's go actually go get the snitch real quick. I got to play a little bit in the afternoon, just mostly double checking the numbers on these because yeah, just using the checking numbers to make sure that no other mistakes were in there. But that would have also caught the other mistake I did have in there. That would have made it to the final version. That's why we have those checking numbers. Let me actually pull up Discord already as well. And here we have the snitch, of course, exactly where we expect him. Actually, I'll take that for somebody. Let's actually, yeah, let's go get Danny and Cassie because I'll forget later on. Now that I remember. Let's get them out of the way. And then, yeah, we're gonna record the Striker chest and backpack talents options video. Still don't really know what I'm gonna call it. I'm just gonna call it Striker talent options. Even though that kind of sounds boring, but I don't know a better way to communicate the contents of that video.
You looking for something?
And yeah, I did already actually go to Danny earlier on second account and get gotten. Actually, let's take everything.
Glad we can make it.
And now I should take in the field proficiency one because I don't care about that on this again. You never know what you get. Oh yeah, and let's say check Cassie because I only checked it on a level 30 character. And actually, there's a OD chest on the clan vendor this week, so I actually got an OD set together. I wouldn't mind trying that out, likely over the weekend, maybe, or maybe next week with a DZ watch alt run, because I basically now have a full set of OD with decent enough stats, and then also with the chest. I'll be curious how well that does at level 3. But OD is technically one of the better buffs we have available there. So, because we don't have Striker, we don't have Heartbreaker, we don't have any of those things there. So no Umbra. So I think it falls onto OD then actually as the gear set with the most. And also, at level 30, we don't have Invaded DZ, so we're never up against Black Tusk. I was thinking that might be a good idea. But also, we'll try that. We'll actually give it a whirl. Let's see what Cassie actually has at level 40. And she has that Picaros. Could actually maybe just take one of these. Although actually, I think I already grabbed one on character 1. Or would use that. Doable Hunter Killer, but Hunter Killer isn't per se better than not Hunter Killer. Yeah. Max that for people starting out. But nothing too useful. Just to make sure. Wait, I had somewhere in mind for the intro and I've already lost it. Oh yeah, actually. Yeah, let's go over there. Let's go and I feel this green man standing in between some other. Because I've been meaning to use this spot, but then I haven't yet. So we'll use that one as our background. Although actually before I go there, so yeah, first of all, let's be on Striker. Actually, yeah, we need to go to the Lexington, and then is there any specialization weapon that has like a green skin? Like, there is one for the TAC 50, which is greenish, but it's also mostly gold. I could hide the specialization weapon, but I don't want to. Why am I looking there? No, actually, we can actually see. It's actually without the crossbow, kind of is greenish. This is black anyway. I keep forgetting there's 2 white ones. I just don't play enough around with the skins on this. Yeah, this thing now has 4 skins even. With that Dragonfire one we got recently. Is that the most? I think that's the most, right? Because we also have this skin. It's actually without. Yeah, it's kind of. Yeah, let's take Sharpshooter then just for that skin, and then let's take a Lexington and then put it. Make it green as well. Also, I already noticed my voice isn't cooperating at all. It's already crackling. I'll blame the entirety of yesterday. I was just the whole day talking like the. Which yeah, definitely didn't help. The Fool. Where's the Fool? There we go. You know what? Actually, yeah, tendrils. And that skin, and then let's put a peyote on it. Oh, that's some. Oh yeah. The ashes we got from Danny, of course.
Pleasure to see you.
Let's get that cleaned up. Nah. I'm gonna use a fall. It's gonna be the para anyway. It doesn't some way be interesting? No, because what could we get out of this skill duration in some way? What would skill duration be useful for? Because a crit chance, crit damage, adrenaline rush. Nah.
Glad we got that settled.
Let's not keep junk. Yeah, let's go. Let's go do an intro. Let's record this video, put it in the bag. But actually, I want to jump into, because I already did the scout and stuff on second account this afternoon while doing some of the checking and testing and stuff. So we'll likely get third account done later on, and then also, yeah, go and get that same chest and stuff and get the Danny stuff on third account. And then we'll come back to main account and do some conflict. Likely. Also not sure this is actually accessible without a bounty. Because this part is definitely, but actually we can. Is that door openable? Oh, door's open. There's my answer. Because I feel this toy soldier in the middle of this kind of fits. What's the better background? I actually know this one. What would be a good emote for here? I don't hate that. Oh yeah, we'll just use that as our intro. You know what? Not even an emote. I should kind of looks fitting like this. Nah, it's fine. I couldn't think of one off the top of my head. Let's make sure this goes where I need it to go. Together with all of these. And then we use this one, right? Yeah. And set it up here. So first we go here. Scroll to this. And then I still have that last one. I still have this last one. Yeah, I can stay empty. Yeah, let's have a peek. And yeah, we'll just go through them one by one. We'll try to keep it to like 10 minutes a segment at most. which might be a struggle. Also, actually, yeah, before I do, so we'll put this to 0. And if we put this to 100. Actually, the inter balance doesn't change, right? Except for chest striker. Yeah. And this is 72. No. Something feels off here, which is not a good thing to run into right before. uh, what's happening here? Let's go to this one. Oh yeah. No, this we need to do that differently, of course, because I need to make this. So this needs to say 90, and then this needs to be 72. There we go. Because this is of course also dropping to those stacks. So yeah. Yeah. Let me catch up. And I there, Pinky. And yeah, anything Nokia told you about what I said is not true. Is that a lie? I should go watch the VOD. I wasn't here, of course, for it, so I was taking a break. Yeah, indeed. There's hell to pay. Although we'll let Nokia have a day, as long as it's one day. Although maybe we'll have more than one day at some points. Yeah, let's just get started. Hold up. Wedding. Oh, yeah, just biked home, so still kind of warmed up from that. Yeah, let's let's. Can we actually kind of do a reveal here, maybe? Xbox controller. Oh, batteries are super dead lately. The ones from you. Well, that makes sense. Double range. Because yeah, I feel we can do like a zoom out. This kind of works. Yeah. We have to just be slow and smooth. Yeah, let's do a test recording. That worked. Yeah, let's start. Oh yeah, there's an in-depth look actually. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA. as my voice just doesn't want to go. Come on. I believe in you. And do you believe in you? There we go. It's back to normal now. Let's try it again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look, this time into what we can run with strikers and be effective with it, as there's of course been some debate recently about the striker backpack. But even more so than that, I want to actually look at a few chest talents, because I feel that conversation has been left out, as there is actually a bunch of choices we could go with there as well. And most of this will be based upon one spreadsheet here, which will, of course, be linked down below so you can jump into it yourself or even copy it to your own drive and play around with it, because this one is definitely set up to be played around with, as we've added a bunch of parameters to just kind of swap over into. And this is going to go over, starting out, as there are 5 multi-calculators, but yeah, we'll start out by just kind of reiterating actually what kind of the obliterate coyote setup can do, and then also compare it to, for instance, why we don't go Fenris or Grupo plus Coyote. Then actually we'll be going over a bunch of chest talent options. Then we'll be going over 2 different ways where we use different chests and then different backpacks to go with it. And kind of discuss that, as yeah, that has been the subject of some debate recently, and I kind of want to wade into that as well, as I feel it has been a little bit misrepresented what things other than the striker backpack can do. And we'll end up here on the last one, where we kind of actually will look on a bunch of exotics and kind of what they can mean for striker as well, and what those options can provide us. I'll already actually start with the conclusion as well here, and that is that, especially just to point that out, is that yeah, on the striker chest, striker definitely still valuable for some causes, as especially places where you can get above 142 stacks consistently. Chest striker can do really well, chest plus backpack then, because you do need that backpack, especially if you're going to chest. On the backpack end, it is, you can go with a bunch of stuff, but the chest striker is still in that bunch of stuff. Just to reduce it down to its basically how much it adds, and kind of leave out that, for instance, it allows you to get a coyote, kind of leads people to bad conclusions around this. And also the other picks that you have here also have some downsides, which we really need to talk about, because leaving that out is saying half the story. So that's going to be the conclusion of this already, basically, that on the chest we have a lot of options, and on the backpack we have a bunch of options, including the striker backpack. But yeah, let's go get started at the start and just work our way down this list. Yeah, that was, I feel, a good one. Technically the second take, but that first one was just my voice not working. Felt a little long, 250, that's fine. Yeah. Let's exit out here. Ah. Bounty target lost. Actually, yeah, we need to put that in first. Yeah. Let's put a premise kind of thing in. First of all, let's actually make sure that we're all on the same page, as we'll be using somewhat the same setups going through this entire thing. And one of the important things to point out, as it is still not well known, even though, for instance, it is in the wrong text guides and such, but of course, yeah, that doesn't reach everybody, is that, yeah, Strikers is not total weapon damage. It is not, as it lists here, a weapon hits increase total weapon damage. That is not true. It is a separate multiplier, a self-additive separate multiplier. And that means that its stacks add up to just themselves. If you have total weapon damage from a different source, it doesn't add to those. It is its own pool. And that pool fills in with just Striker stacks and then multiplies against everything else, kind of as an extra stat. And that is important to know because, yeah, that is core to these calculations, of course, because otherwise it would be adding into, for instance, vigilance or obliterate or stuff like that. Here as well, for all of the calculations, we'll be using mostly Cheska pieces or named pieces, as we'll see in a little bit. Coyotes is going to show up quite a bit, and of course, its bonuses will have to be accounted for in multiple ways because we'll just add. We'll make a 15 to 25 meter version and a 0 to 15 meter version for most of them, but even for some of them, a 25 plus. I'll be using the Lexington as the weapon here with shifting crit chance or crit damage mods, because especially on some of the builds, we can actually hit a perfect 60 with crit chance and crit damage by just shifting these around. Nowadays, by shifting here from crit chance to crit damage, you can basically shift up to 3 crit chances up. So if you're at, let's say, 51, if you made the gun all crit damages, and then you take 3 crit chances on the gear instead, you would be on 54, and then 1 more would get you to 60. So we'll be doing that a bunch in this, and yeah, that is important to know up front. Now, of course, the weapon choices and stuff, all of these could swap weapon to a different thing. Some weapons might, for instance, kind of agree a little bit more with some choices, but none of them really matters too much here. So yeah, we're just using that as a stand-in. And honestly, we're just mostly looking at like what the multiplier of the build is, but we're kind of calculating it all the way up to a DPS. Let's go get started on that first one. Yeah, that kind of works. Yeah, let's go over these. Although actually, let me say some highs first here as a Heather Anders and Heather Voorhees. Of the if you are target, or is it just for? No. So basically, the thing is with actually like 15 meters is just like, you know, if it is 15 meters, it's not like it's like exactly any time exactly 15 meters, of course. Thing is basically the Coyote, although nobody has ever really tested this, but likely it goes basically to like 0 to 49,99999. But like we don't have the tools to do a centimeter of just movement or stuff. So, but yeah, you can't have double buffs. That definitely doesn't happen. Because that would accidentally happen here or there and it would be spotted. But likely it's even like, you know, one goes either from like 0 to 15, and then this one starts at 15.00001, whatever distance scale, the smallest distance scale the engine allows, likely. Yeah, so let's get started with this one. My circle is here. Yeah, my voice really doesn't want to go today, but we'll force it. Because I do want to get this one done. This one needs to go up on Friday. And seeing as well as I'm even Friday, for instance, working, so either today or tomorrow we need to get this done, but let's just get it out of the way. Yeah. Let's go with this. Let's click once in there just so it doesn't delta out. or Tiamat. So we go from that, and then there's this Cheska plus Grupo Cheska plus Fenris, and then. So on this very first multi-calculator, and also if you're not aware what these are and how they work, it is basically a multi-calculator up to 10 rows. We can input down here, output comes out here, and we'll get basically a burst and a sustained DPS out of it. And we're using that to compare here with. Also, we're getting some checking numbers, which, I have actually gone to the range, and with most of them, I actually made sure that they do line up. Just to be sure that we have no mistakes in it anymore, even though I had like one major one before doing those testings, although somebody else actually pointed that out, which is always nice, and that's also why I enjoy doing these on stream and such, as people sometimes catch my mistakes before I make them. But yeah, we'll start out here with SB, Striker's Battle Gear. Cheska plus Coyote, 15 to 25 meters, 0 to 15 meters, and 25 meters plus, because we have, of course, 3 different DPSs. The second we put on that Coyote. And that is down to the effect of the Coyote just being different crit chances and crit damage values per range. Now, of course, we're setting up the build, we're setting up with 51 crit chance here as the build kind of lands. That is the standard Coyote plus Cheska chest with Obliterate setup that lands kind of on that 51, 141. So we're using those numbers here. And again, with the Lexington, we land on these numbers at full stacks. Here as well, actually. So one of the things is that all of these gradings and stuff, and also the headshot rates and the DTA rates and stuff like that, even though the DTH rate, of course, for everything here, because we're just going to be using the Lexington all the way through, will all be the same, and same for the DTOC rate and DTA rate, because we don't have any. But that means that we can actually alter the amounts of headshot, especially. And here, for instance, let's put it on 100% headshot. This will actually affect all of the multi-calculators down as well. So we'll be coming back to this top one once in a while to kind of alter it out. Because, of course, as well, we have grading, which can affect how much you can get from the weapon damage and especially, for instance, how much we can get out of Fenris. But the reason, especially where we go Cheska plus Coyote, for those that may not be into it yet, is that, the Cheska gives us, especially on the 15 to 25, we get the best results out of Cheska versus, especially here, for instance, we have Grupo plus Koi and Fenris plus Koi. Now, what you can see here, though, is that, the Fenris, even actually, so we're at 28 grading. So even if we drop this to 0 grading, we can see that's actually a percentage point ahead. But that is, of course, only applying to the Lexington. And if we have a secondary that we want to use, or even if we want to pull out our pistol when we run out of ammo and we just want to quickly put 2 shots into an enemy, the Fenris wouldn't apply to them or to the ACS, and the Cheska will. And the difference between them is small enough, that 1%, that it's, honestly, I would lean, and I do, lean towards the Cheska and keeping it basically universal, because you can even put a secondary LMG in there, which is something that I quite do a lot nowadays. Giving you a separate ammo option, because generally on 100 stacks, I don't need to stack with ACS. But for instance, having an M249 there to unload once per room is actually pretty nice. If we take this back to 28, though, we see that that difference kind of falls away. So it also kind of depends how high on the grading you are, also on how many blue cores you have. Because honestly, if you have a few blue cores, then the Fenris becomes a little bit more of an option, I feel. But having universality with Cheska is kind of the way to go. And then comparing it to Coyote, it is basically just always ahead. Coyote gives 13 crit damage, Cheska gives 8 crit chance, which just by balance of that, unless a build really can land in a better way with Grupo, which there are some cases to be made for that, especially, for instance, with Negotiator and such, where, Cheska just doesn't fit in nicely. Although nowadays as well, with the weapon mods, you can actually make it fit decently. Because of that, Grupo just basically always loses that, but it is a tiny difference nowadays. It is much less so than it used to be when Cheska was 10% and Grupo was 15%. The difference between those was quite a lot larger. So nowadays, definitely doable to go Grupo as well, but you just always land behind it. So Grupo plus Coyote, you can, but I would say in most cases, why would you? Although there is one reason to do so, is especially if you're, for instance, doing a hardcore character, such Grupo chests are craftable, Cheska chests aren't. So side cases where you might go with that. Then there's the other option, of course, if we just leave out the coyote. Now here, of course, the coyote, we're kind of looking at it, we're comparing 3 different values of it, and especially it's set up for the mid-range. So here on actually the short range, on the 0 to 15, we lose about 2.5%. On the long range, we also lose about 2.5%, a little bit less than. But then going just Cheska plus Grupo, from the start actually loses you that. Now this is then at 100% headshot, and of course headshot and crit damage kind of go into the same pool, and because of that, changing this number actually drops down the Cheska plus Grupo even more. So this is the reason that I basically go Cheska plus Coyote even if you're solo, because in basically these cases, it is always behind. Same for Fenris plus Cheska in this case. And putting this back to 100 headshot, which is actually its best case, is the Fenris kind of gets close to the Coyote. But even then, basically the Coyote at its worst, even when it's not in that 15 to 25, basically beats out the Cheska plus Grupo and the Cheska plus Fenris options. So that's the reason why we kind of go with them. This is also the inter between the 0 to 15 versus up there, basically. So it is actually it's the 15 to 25, I should say. But it is just not worth it. And that's why we go Cheska, Obliterate, plus Coyote, just to reiterate actually the discussion on that, because there's always as well a bunch of people that go like, oh no, you should go Grupo because you have enough crit chance or crit chance already, which no, you don't. Same for Fenris and such. Especially nowadays with the crit chance, crit damage mods on weapons, there's really no reason to not pick Cheska as the first pick, because overall, unless you're really deep into blue cores, which on the PvE end we generally aren't, the Cheska plus Coyote for this will definitely work out the best. Let's move on to actually some options that we have for the chest. That was a weird inflection on the end there. Also, this is not versus 0 to 15, is it? Oh no, this is 0 to 15 versus 0 to 15. Oh yeah, so this is versus 0 to 15. Let's actually see if that's way too long, because also I got that kind of wrong. Also, I kind of went in the wrong order. Maybe I'll redo that one. Because also I should have had the headshot rate at 100% to start out with, otherwise it's confusing. Also I had DTA there, which doesn't matter because the DTA is off, but is technically a mistake. But also I didn't realize what these were. So this is versus the 0 to 15, because we have the versus the 100 meter one there, but versus 0 to 15 we have it there. Okay. Let's I'll save that one just in case, but let's take a retake. Also, I think I can do that shorter, and saving time here will save us issues later. Thanks for the kind words there, Maurice. And hey there, 2 Mets. We'll go with. And I'm doing well, and I hope everybody's enjoying their Wednesday so far. Half into the week. Snowing today. Interesting. Is that on the southern hemisphere? Or is that... I'm gonna guess. 30 degrees. Well, that's definitely a little south of me, because up here is still a little bit rainy and just dark. And hey, there's Spaz. Back to the science. I mean, indeed. Take into consideration exactly. Well, we are not going that deep, but there is definitely a lot of math to be had in this game. So, let's retake that. I think I can do it better. Also, I should do this segment first before going to this segment, so it's in order. Because I messed that up. Yeah, let's let's take a second take, and worst case, I'll use the other one if it's not. Yeah, let's go. And first off, let's talk about why actually the general meta is Cheska plus Coyote, as we go with Obliterate. And to kind of lay that down first is to go over this. And these are actually multi-calculators of my design. These are basically 10 rows comparing against each other. Input happens down here with the weapon numbers happening here. And what we especially get out is a burst and a DPS number. And everything is comparing to this top slot in these parts, as long as it's basically the same color. And then also we have sometimes different comparisons in percentages, as here, for instance, versus the 0 to 15s. Also, what we get out of here is checking numbers, basically, and we have to hit these numbers at the range. Otherwise, there is a mistake in the calculation. And I've gone and actually made sure to check all of them. Although, actually, one of the handy things of making these on stream is that somebody else already found one of my bigger mistakes before I even did that. So we have basically double checked it even. Starting at Cheska plus Coyote. Now, to actually calculate DPSs for Coyote versions is we need to go with 3 different Coyotes. Basically, we have a 15 to 25, we have a 0 to 15, we have a 25 plus. So each of those has different values. Here we're using Striker set up 51, 141 as its before Coyote stats, basically, which is what the standard Striker is kind of set up with an AR with all crit chance mods on there, and then 1 crit chance mod on the gear itself gets you to that 51, and then you land on 141 with a Cheska piece. And that is kind of the optimal way to kind of set it up overall, I feel, and then try to stick into that in that 15 to 25 range the most. And as we can kind of see, in that 15 to 25 range, that's where our best opportunities lie, and that's where our highest output here is. And then if we actually drop out into 0 to 15, or actually even into 25 plus, because they're pretty close to each other, we basically lose 2.25%. That is definitely a little bit of a loss, but yeah, that is why we kind of set it up with that 51 crit chance there. So it still has basically a hole for, well, especially set up for the mid-range. And then if we do fall into the short range, we still have some place for it. And that 25 crit damage still has 51 crit chance to kind of trigger it. Because otherwise, yeah, you do fall way behind, for instance, in the past setting it up like with 45% or less. Yeah, that is not a good option here. Then if we kind of compare that, actually, so what if we went instead of Cheska plus Coyote, we went with Cheska plus Grupo or Cheska plus Fenris, which is what these 2 options are. We see that actually they are overall behind, and they're basically also behind the 0 to 15. They're not just behind the 15 to 25, but they're just barely behind the 0 to 15. Now for the Fenris, because actually we can play around with a lot of the stats, and we'll be doing so through this video quite a bit, actually. Now the DTH and the DT, the damage targets out of cover, is actually not relevant here, of course, because we're using the same weapon through all of these calculations, basically, which is the Lexington. But what we can change is the headshot amount, especially, and then also together with that, we can change or play around with the grading. So here we've put it as a grade 28 weapon. If we drop this to 0, now actually that Fenris, Cheska plus Fenris kind of actually bumps up to the point where it is actually close to that 0 to 15. So here on the gray ones here on the right side, we're comparing to the 0 to 15. And then of course here it is all comparing to that 15 to 25. So against that 15 to 25, you still lose out, but it's getting closer there. Especially then though, is that this headshot rate, because we have it at full headshot rate, basically. If we take headshot out of it, they actually drop behind. Because the thing is, the pools of crit damage and headshot they are the same pool. They add together before they multiply against the rest. That means that when we drop this headshot, actually the lower crit chances and crit damages of the groupers and such, for instance, actually hurt it. Same for the Fenris. So overall, this is the reason why I generally go, even for solo play, go Cheska plus Coyote, even if you're in the wrong ranges, if you have your build set up correctly, that doesn't matter. It still wins against other choices that you could make there. Coyote is pretty strong, and that's why we go with it as regularly as we do. Now then, what if we leave out the Cheska? Because that's the other option, right? If we don't, the other one was taking out the Coyote for a Grupo or a Fenris? What if we take out the Cheska for a Grupo or a Fenris? Now, actually in here, even with grade 28, the standout thing is that, yeah, for instance, the Grupo is actually not that far behind anymore. This used to be a bigger gap when Grupo was 15, now it's 13. Cheska used to be 10, now it's 8. So both of them lost 2, but yeah, 2 crit damage or 2 crit chance, that's a bigger difference, of course. And that means that the difference now between them isn't that large. They're pretty close to each other at this 100% headshot rate. If we drop that, it doesn't make too big of a difference because honestly, what you're mostly losing a little bit is that you're losing a little bit of crit damage. Although here as well, actually one of the things we can do, and we have done so for the Grupo to basically give it the best chance, same for the Fenris, is, and you'll see those as we go through with all of these, is on this right side, I have actually, so for instance, these are running 1 crit damage mod, and that lets them land, for instance, in this case, as we'll scroll a little bit to the right, they're landing actually exactly on 50 crit chance, so they're getting the best results out of that Coyote, because they're actually, 1 crit chance better off. That does mean, though, that actually at short range, they would lose a little bit more. And they would actually gain a little bit more on the long range versus the Cheska. So why isn't my recommendation then this Fenris plus Coyote version that we have here? And that's mostly down to, we use quite often 2 or more weapon systems on a striker. Going, for instance, into the game, for me, this slot is quite often occupied by a lefty or a rock and roll or an ACS with a good talent. And then the Cheska applies to both. The Fenris would only apply to that one. And even at its best, if we give it its best chance, if we take this grading to 0, because of course that's feeding into that same pool, we see that it is at best 1% kind of ahead. But then of course on the other weapon, the Fenris would not be applying, and that would be several percents behind at that point. And nowadays as well, I've quite often taken to on Obliterate Strikers just using other weapon types as well, even using a secondary LMG and such. But definitely there is a case to be made for Fenris in that slot ever since the changes of last season, where Fenris did not get touched, but Grupo and Cheska did. The higher you go in the grading, though, the less of a change that kind of becomes. You do even then as well. What you also kind of gain is that you can set it up on that 50%, which will give you the best results there, of course. And then even though then as well at 0 to 15 even, because this is against the 0 to 15 of the Coyote, of the Cheska Coyote version, even then it is actually ahead, even with that 50 crit chance, just because it's making better use of the stats that we can. Because technically, basically with that Cheska, when we're at 0 to 50, or when we're on 15 to 25, we're technically wasting 1 crit chance. Because we're on 51, we're getting plus 10, but it's capped at 60, of course. So it does not benefit us. But here we can make that benefit, and this is only really as well if you set it up correctly. So landing exactly on 50 crit chance, having 1 weapon crit damage mod to land there, and then a Fenris could be a choice. But honestly, for me, I'm just going to stick to the Cheskas and have universality and just also be able to swap from an AR to an LMG or to other weapon types. And even if we're, for instance, a pistolero and we're just pistoling for the first few kills, we can actually have benefits there as well. So that's kind of to reiterate why the current setup is Cheska plus Coyote. Now, actually, let's take it on the chess talent first and kind of compare Cheska Obliterate to a bunch of other choices. There we go. I think that one's longer. I'm fine with it as I feel better about it. Yeah, that's 8 minutes. That one went a little bit better. Yeah, let me catch up here again. As I'll be catching up in between segments on chat. And there is Savo. And indeed, IKEA is back in control. Gun use for these numbers, Lexington. They're gonna usually tell by the by that 48699.5. Nice. But yeah, it's basically, it doesn't matter. It could be like just whatever gun. I just picked the Lexington. Although, of course, yeah, if you're setting up for LMGs, it's going to be different. Like, because of, you're using different stats there. Or, well, a different weapon type. But yeah, basically all the ARs would percentage-wise give the same result, because that doesn't change, at least on the burst. With that talent, I assume, yeah. The weapon talent is not integrated in this. Although actually we're going to discuss killer a little bit, because we have this for killer. So we are going to do that, because that doesn't matter, because some of these will gain more from killer than others. Yeah. Let's get cracking. So here, first I kind of actually wanted to discuss some of the choices we could make on the chest, actually, because I feel that conversation has been kind of left out. I see a lot of people talking about the backpack. The chest now is up for much more debate, I feel, actually, than the backpack. So first off, Obliterator, of course, last season went from 25 to 20. That was a pretty decent change to it, although, well, a definite decent nerf to it, honestly. Was also needed. Obliterate was way too common. Also, it was basically the same as glass, as normal glass, and that didn't make too much sense. Although actually the better buff to it came ages ago with it going to 10 seconds with Project Resolve. That already actually made it really a lot more consistent, and then bringing it back now to 20, because originally for those for historians amongst us, or those interested in the history, it started at 15, actually, long time ago. Then, yeah, it got pushed up to 25 at 5 seconds still, but then 25 at 10 seconds, and now it's 20 at 10 seconds. And actually, that 10 seconds is much more of an important thing that happened to it than the changes to 25. But that does mean that just normal glass is, of course, then an option. So if we went instead of Obliterate, which also then needs to stack up, but then glass, of course, is just from the very first shot. So you have this damage from the first shot, although, well, not the stacks. Although that's as well why we have the stacks numbers here. Although, actually, if we change this, for this one, it doesn't matter, because if I change this, the only value that will change percentage-wise in between them is only the chest striker, just because, of course, it is gaining more from those stacks than the rest, of course. And this is also a percentage of stacks, just to be clear, because this 100 also signifies, for instance, 200 stacks with a chest striker, but then the percentage amount of how much stacks we could have at max, just to have one number affect everything, basically. But then, even at, well, as we saw, at 0 stacks or at 100 stacks, doesn't matter. They all scale up the same, because the striker stacks are basically a separate multiplier to everything else. So that means that the Cheska glass, even from the first shot, is, for instance, here, a few percent ahead. But then, what if we went sacrifice? Because sacrifice, of course, perfect glass, also we're getting some headshot out of it. Now, this is a little deceiving, as we're at 100% headshot here. We're at 10% ahead, and that's, of course, a pretty big jump if we're just headshotting. But, of course, we're not just headshotting. Well, let's drop that headshot just down to 0, kind of eliminating it from the equation here. Then it is actually not that far, well, actually, it's behind the Cheska. So we have to be making use of that sacrifice chest talent for it to... or the chest brand bonus, well, the Providence brand bonus, a little bit to kind of push this ahead. Now, the number that I use a lot for headshot, and we'll be putting it on that for these comparisons here, is actually, I'm going to put it at 20%, because I feel that is a number that you can generally kind of hit. Sometimes you can be way above that, especially in certain situations, but 20% overall, I feel, is a good guideline that I kind of go with, especially with ARs, and then sometimes with other weapon types, I might drop it off a little bit. Then we actually see that even if we're just doing 20% headshots, now the sacrifice is again ahead. And of course, what we also gain with that sacrifice, and it's a minor thing, but all other damages are also 5% basically bigger. Although actually not 5% because effectively it's an additive 5% because we're adding it to a 25% because they're, while not in the same pool, they're similar. So it isn't a full 5% gain over it. But yeah, as long as we're headshotting a little bit, that sacrifice actually becomes a decent choice. And also, again, to reiterate, this is all then still with the striker backpack. So first, we're just looking at the chest talent, and basically as well, chest talent together with Coyote. Because, yeah, that, as we kind of saw, that is overall the biggest gains that we can get is from the Coyote. Even, especially if we, with a lot of these, our crit chances are even lower, so we're gaining actually even more from the Coyote than the rest. All of these as well at 0 or at 15 to 25, just to keep it a simple comparison. Although, for instance, in here, it would affect as well, actually, the balance in between, for instance, a 0 to 15 with Sacrifice versus a Cheska, because we're gaining more from the Coyote. So actually, that one would be also more ahead from what it gains from a Coyote, actually. So overall, yeah, a decent choice to go Sacrifice, and especially Glass. Just Glass by itself always has the benefit of being active from the first shot, which of course with a stacking set actually helps out quite a bit because we're not also needing 40 rounds to kind of, although it's less than 40 rounds, but let's say we had 50 crit chance, 40-ish rounds to get this obliterate to full stacks. We don't have that. It's from the very first shot that Glass is active. But one other one we could go with as well is actually Spotter, because Spotter now is not as big of a jump from 15 of Spotter up to the 25, the old 25 of Obliterate is now versus a 20. And if actually Killer and Measured didn't receive as big of a buff as they did, I would have actually gone much more with Spotter. As with Spotter, we can gain a decent amount still. And well, of course, against Obliterate at full stacks, this again, Spotter, from the first shot, we get the bonuses from it. So it is active from the first shot. Here, of course, as well, we're integrating a linked laser pointer. And then because of that as well, we're dropping some crit chance. That's also why it isn't, of course, just, it isn't just that difference because of Spotter versus Obliterate, because both of those in here would be basically a separate multiplier. So they wouldn't be interacting with anything anyway, so they would be at their full amounts. But it isn't just a 5% difference. It's a little bit more than that, just because we also dropped that crit chance mod. If Flatline was still the top talent, as it used to kind of be, this would have been a much better option than I feel it is now, but still one to consider because it is actually pretty powerful. And while we drop off a little bit here, we also gain, for instance, the advantages of just when we're kind of pulsing enemies, we see where they are, we see where they go. Also, your teammates kind of see where they are and where they go. There's definitely benefits here. But then especially as well, kind of looking at Cheska Spotter versus Closer Spotter, we actually get that the Closer does actually perform a little bit better than Cheska now. This didn't used to be the case back before the Cheska changes from 10 to 8. But yeah, now with the changes in, here, yeah, we see that that does make enough of a difference. But there's also actually a different thing, which we'll look into in a little bit, but let's discuss it a little bit here, is that as our crit damage goes down, which is, for instance, in the case of the Closer, we'll be having around this, or well, around or even a little bit more damage with that, but our crit damage especially will be lower because we're giving up a brand bonus that was going through that. But then Killer actually, of course, benefits in comparison, benefits more the lower your crit damage is. So, for instance, a build like that Closer Spotter would benefit more from Killer because yeah, we wouldn't per se go flatline with it. But if we put in Killer with that, we gain actually percentually more out of Killer than we would from the Cheska version. But first, actually, let's look at the focus options that we have here as well. Because yeah, we can go Cheska with normal focus or Pristine with perfect focus. Now, focus, of course, total weapon damage as its bonus. But then the thing is as well, the perfect version has 60, the normal version has 50, but then you get the brand bonus on top. Now, of course, I would hope that most would know that 10 more, basically, in a separate pool will actually quite easily beat out 10 more in a pool that is heavily saturated. Although even here, if we can actually go back up and I change this to 0 grading just to give the Cheska version its best chances, because then the weapon damage is, of course, a little bit lower. Oh, that's behind my head there. It's a little bit lower, so it does benefit more from having that 10 weapon damage. It is still pretty far behind. Now, the difference, though, is as well, because with focus, we kind of have to consider when it's empty. Now, when it's empty, that Cheska, of course, will work better because we're not gaining as much from the talents, but instead, we do have a little bit more upfront because we have a Cheska chest there. And that means that, you could kind of play around with it, although I feel, especially if you have high grading, so let's put the grading back to 28 here for comparison's sake, as that shifts the balance between them. That difference isn't enough on 0, but that difference is pretty big on the 60 stacks. And generally as well, if you're going to go run focus, and focus, of course, is kind of an acquired taste. It is actually kind of hard to keep it up, but that's pretty high numbers. This is actually on this version, basically, we're kind of reaching this final that we have here, Chest Striker. Because Chest Striker is kind of around 22% more than the Obliterate Striker nowadays. But we're actually exceeding that with our Pristine Focus. And keep in mind as well, here we have dropped the needed mod, basically, for instance, to get the 8x scopes going and such. And even, for instance, on the Pristine one, we're taking 1 weapon crit damage mod just because that works out better for the crit chances. And this, of course, we can have it even at 0 stacks. So actually, if we take it to 0 stacks, especially, this is the big difference where focus can definitely be a choice in places where we already, for instance, use Chest Striker, is that you can charge it up. And at 0 stacks, of course, that Chest Striker is way behind, going to be way behind in comparison to this perfect focus, where we can just charge it up for that 10 seconds, have the buff up, basically, and then start engaging. Although, of course, that requires coordination and such. If your team is kind of just rushing in, you can't. But there is definitely some upfront damage here that you could extract from it. And that definitely makes it a choice. If you're trying to try hard, honestly, I feel focus has been kind of forgotten. If we take it back to the 100 stacks, because yeah, you can just exceed a Chest Striker. And you can exceed the Chest Striker at 100 stacks, which is, of course, much easier to reach, much easier to maintain on that striker end, but then you're kind of getting the hassle part of it on the other end, which is, that you have to now be scoped in. But what you could have is just one person, for instance, in legendaries or such, one person running this, and if the rest is kind of just running Obliterate normal versions, they can kind of keep the awareness and such, and kind of, especially if communication is happening, they can keep the awareness, they can protect the person running focus, and the person with focus can just melt everything because they are pretty powerful in that way. Because, keeping 200 stacks is much harder than keeping focus up in 100 stacks. Now, actually, let's look at that killer, because one of the things with killer, of course, is the lower the crit damage is, the more we'll gain from killer. So it's not going to be the same for every build here. If we keep this at 0, and jump this to 100, what we especially see, and I'm just gonna we're gonna flip ahead and forward on the crit on it being up. We see actually, especially all of the builds that are a little lower on the crit chance, especially everything that doesn't have Cheska, basically, they all jump up a little bit more from killer. So especially having killer up, and killer, of course, one of the top picks for the time being, the gain that you have there is also actually kind of important. Now, it depends, of course, as well, if you're using killer, but I would consider that, for instance, with a lot of these, the top pick to go for. So when we have that, all of the ones that basically are in Cheska, they move up more, basically, than the other option, the named options that we have all here. What we see as well, actually, is that the spotter, or the Cheska spotter one, even as well, kind of actually moves up a little bit. It goes from 92.48 to a 93.05 versus the original one, because it's gaining that one as well. We dropped a little bit of crit damage for that link laser pointer, or well, crit chance, but then we flipped that to crit damage. But because of that, it actually also gains a little bit more. So this you can make as complex as you want, but let's keep it at 0 there. So overall, the conclusion for me here is, especially as well, is that Chess Striker, of course, yeah, when you can have 200 stacks, it is really good. The turnover point for this as well, actually, is, we can talk about that here, is if I actually put this just at a flat 90, as we'll input that there. If I input here 72% of the stacks, which is then going to be basically 144 stacks, although the crossover point is actually 143, but I'm not going to put a decimal in there. But at that point, so we're keeping the 90% here amp from the Obliterate version, so that's at full stacks. How many stacks do we need to kind of beat it with a Chess Striker? We kind of need 130 amp, which is, yeah, 144 here, but actually technically at 143, it actually beats it already. So for the Chess Striker, overall, you need to be over 140 stacks. I would say even 150 stacks generally for it to be worth it, because also in filling it up, you're actually a little bit behind, of course, against the Obliterate. So if you are generally 75% filled, 3/4 filled on the Striker bar, then it's a good option. That option doesn't happen that often. It kind of depends as well. It's not even just content, because we used to always say, like, you know, in legendaries or such, but even in legendaries, if you're with good players, and then maybe even as well, let's say some global event is on, yeah, you might not even be then. Because for instance as well, if I'm playing with a very powerful team, we've all been dropping down to Obliterate, just because we can't reach that point consistently. And one of the best ways to kind of do this for yourself is to actually record footage of you playing, especially for places where you think you're getting the most out of Striker chest, and actually double checking, seeing if you are most of the time above 3/4. There is definitely, of course, places where that is very possible, like the incursion and such, and the raids. But yeah, you have to really consider that. Yeah, having discussed all of these chest talents, let's actually take it now to the piece that we've likely all gone for, which is the backpack. Okay, let's reset this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me first check actually how long that was, because that was way longer than I wanted it to be. I feel 16 minutes. It's fine. If we're end up looking, right? It's not called a short look. Actually, I'm just killer furnace might get closer to the. And yeah, well, actually, yeah, it will end. Although yeah, on that one we're kind of not putting that in just because it's already too meshed up. But also the percentage differences are generally, because even in here, like the percentage differences are like 1% and a little bit. And yeah, no worries. Actually, yeah, of course, yeah. In this one, we kind of did discuss it. This is crazy. Visible some maps. I mean, yeah. Although, well, it stands out in so many. But also, is it anywhere where it's like? I would think maybe in the DZ, especially for maybe colorblind people. I wonder if you're like missing green, because then the green and like the yellow from the thing is gonna be the same color, right? Let's set up already on this one. Let's give it one final checkup. Yeah, let me catch up one last time here. And hey there, Minister. And a good evening to you as well. Now where's the back? Wait. Oh. Oh, did you type that before it was on screen? Because we're actually going to have Backbone in here just to discuss, that option. So let me just reacquaint myself with this, and then this is versus this one and this one, right? Yeah. Also, what does it say there? Okay, yeah, so it's exactly 50 and 60. Okay. Let's put this to 100. We'll say up front as well, because it does this shift. Get these in. And we'll start the talk about chest and backpack talents, or well, specifically actually here, more so about the backpack talents, as we'll kind of have, because we're not going to use the striker chest, we kind of know what that is going to do. And especially when we're using the striker chest, we do want to use the backpack. That one is not up for debate, really. If you're using the chest, the backpack's increase is still the best one that you can kind of get, as nothing will come kind of close to it. But can we go different choices than just the striker backpack? And the answer to that actually nowadays is somewhat, yes. But it's also not dead, because I've seen this quite a bit recently. And we'll also actually discuss a video, of course, that kind of dealt with that and my issues with that one. But we'll kind of discuss that at the final segment here. But first, starting out, if we take the Sacrifice plus SBBP Striker's Battle Gear Backpack plus Coyote. So one of the options that we definitely do have is, for instance, as we saw upstairs, is that we could go Sacrifice Chest together with the Coyote, keeping the Striker Backpack. That'll be our 100%. And then, of course, as well here, because we have the Coyote in that one, I have a one with 0 to 15, or one with 15 to 25, of course, as the main one, and then a 0 to 15 here as well. Now, of course, we're dropping a little bit of crit chance and such for that. And here as well, actually, we have one weapon crit damage mod, as I'll scroll to the right there. One weapon crit damage mod, and the Sacrifice with the Coyote version, we're landing on a 50. So setting it up basically mostly for that 15 to 25 range. And then with the other one, actually, we're taking 3 weapon crit damage mods, and that actually can land us on a perfect 60. Which is actually a decent thing to do, especially if you are going with the choice of going with a Sacrifice and a gift, which is actually the big other option here. Now, here, actually, so we have the Sacrifice, and then here plus gift or Unstoppable Force at 25. And then, well, Unstoppable Force 20, Unstoppable Force 15, 10. As we get kills, we get more Unstoppable. But what you can kind of see this as what it actually is we're comparing different values of total weapon damage. Because, for instance, as well, what you could do is, if you want to run Companion, or let's say Composure, that would be 15. And that would be the same as this, basically, as Unstoppable Force at 3 kills. Now, that's just kind of what we can use to actually talk about a lot of the backpack talents, because a lot of them are, of course, total weapon damage. And we aren't actually including things like, for instance, Versatile, which you could definitely use, but is less general use, I would say, than yeah, for instance, something like Vigilance or Unstoppable Force. Then as well, here at the end, we'll look at Backbone. But first off, let's consider, when we go Sacrifice plus Striker Backpack and then Coyote. Because one of the things that I've seen a lot of people do is reduce the backpack talent of Strikers basically into what its component additive, or well, its component additive would be, which is that it is around 15%, because going from 65 to 90, you just take the 1.9 divided by 1.65, you get around the 15% out of that. So that would be what the backpack adds. But then what they're not considering, and then they go, okay, 15% is less than Vigilance, so Vigilance wins. 2 points. First of all, the backpack allows you to get an Coyote in there, and the Coyote, as we saw, is worth much more even when you're not in its optimal ranges, worth much more than other options. And then when you are in its optimal range, it is actually quite an increase. If you leave that out, that is quite a big thing to leave out. Then together with that, vigilance, of course, because here actually we have vigilance at 5%, 5.2% being above this option at when it is active. But of course, vigilance isn't always active. You get shot. And when vigilance isn't active, it is actually this, as we have it with the gift here as well, and ensemble force at 0. You are at 0 total weapon damage for 3 seconds with the gift. So you're dropping down to this. You're dropping to 84%. And that is a very important part of this discussion. Because then again, as well, if you're going for the unstoppable force, you're starting there. You're behind. Although, of course, here we have it all set up as 100 stacks. We'll play around with that in a second. But you're going to be behind the striker backpack until you get a few kills in, and then you overtake it. So both of those are very important parts of the discussion, which I feel just haven't been talked about. And has been annoying me, actually, for quite a bit. So first off, let's kind of actually discuss, of course, that this is first on 100% headshot. Let's actually drop this again as a comparison point to 20% headshot, which is much more the number that I kind of like having there as the headshot amount, because we're not going to hit 100% of our headshots. Then as well, because of the balance, again, between these two, because the Coyote, of course, would gain us much more crit chance and crit damage. The balance between them is different. So actually, now it's only 4% ahead. At 0% headshot, this would be even a little bit lower of a difference. So definitely with this gift, with the sacrifice, we could go sacrifice gift. This is, for me, really one of the standout options, which actually always kind of was. And one of the main things about it is, and that's why we also have this stack thing here, is mostly more for this, is we can drop it to 0 stacks. When we're at 0 stacks and at 20% headshot rate here, it is actually 19% ahead. So on those first few shots, even more so than just having glass, versus the obliterate, which then needs to stack up. Here, just the glass by itself, and then vigilance on top of it, which is also already active from the first shot, gets you a decent increase. And that's also why the sacrifice plus gift definitely is an option to me. And that's also why it's also in the recommended striker package, or folder, I mean. So this to me is definitely a pick. But we still have to discuss that if you get shot, you drop down to below it. And the thing is as well, as we go up, this actually very quickly drops to be closer to each other. So if we already even have 10 stacks here, the difference between that went now to 17%. Now 20%, we're dropping to 14.6. We're going to 30. We're dropping to 12.6. We're going to 40. We're dropping to 10 and 11 almost. 50, 9, 60, and so forth and so forth. Now, the thing is, even at 50 stacks here, at that 20% headshot rate, if we have the vigilance up, we're 10% ahead. If we don't have the vigilance up, we're 13% behind, or 12.5. That is an important part of this discussion. How often do you get hit? Of course, vigilance, you can kind of keep it up by having a shield up, for instance, and if the shield gets hit, vigilance doesn't drop. Same for bonus armor. If bonus armor gets hit, vigilance doesn't drop. It's only basically when your white armor gets hit that will damage. Also as well, actually health. If, for instance, in rooms where there's steam, vigilance doesn't drop because of that. It needs to actually be your armor getting hit, and that will drop vigilance. But that is actually quite the decline. So especially when the thing is, when you're getting shot at is the moment where you kind of need to be able to return fire and do as much as you can. And then dropping to this amount instead of being, either of these two, basically, because we have to also consider that, it's not just the top one that we're kind of comparing against, because the 0 to 15, as we also kind of saw, the 0 to 15 and the 25 meter plus, they're kind of pretty close to each other. You give up around the same amounts for both of them. So that, of course, is a little bit behind already, of course, but that's still way ahead of this. You have still 10% more. You will kill them, if you're killing them in 11 shots with this one, you're killing them in 10 shots with that one. That is a different definitely a thing to kind of discuss. And then as well, if we kind of push it up to 80, it is already, almost to those final numbers. 90, we're in the 4%, and then at 100, we're just 4% ahead there. But then again, yeah, if we lose it, if we get shot, we drop to this 83%. And that's is an important part of that discussion. Vigilance is not without its downsides. But that also doesn't mean that vigilance is completely useless. As I said at the start of this video, the conclusion is going to be, this is definitely usable, especially this sacrifice plus gift to me is definitely a pick. If you want that more upfront damage, a lot more, especially if you're going sacrifice already, I would definitely consider this sacrifice plus gift, as you can extract more from it, especially if you're a decent player and not getting hit too often. Then the answer that I've seen sometimes to oh, but what happens when you get hit with vigilance is just then go unstoppable force instead. I would generally say that actually to me, unstoppable force is not that great of an option, especially versus the striker backpack, because while we are, of course, here, for instance, if we drop it now to 0 stacks, it's not ahead, actually. So if we are at 0 stacks on the striker, and we're starting with that unstoppable force, is actually behind. Of course, because of the coyote, because the coyote can make that difference. Because if it wasn't the coyote, it was just a Grupo, basically, Grupo mask, and then it becomes, or Providence, actually, in this case, it was a Providence mask, and it was flipping just to have that, or what Chaska could be as well, for the crit chance brand bonus, basically. If that just goes from the mask slot to the backpack slot, that would be the same amount, because we're not actually switching anything except the talent and the slot, of course. At 0 stacks, the striker would not be applying any bonuses to it. But that's not the case. The coyote exists. And if we already go okay, but we take 10 shots and we kill something, and that gets us a kill, but in that time, the striker, both of, especially just with the striker backpack here, especially as well, that would be still ahead of it. And then, of course, yeah, the vigilance one is way ahead of it. But the vigilance ones, yeah, has the contingent of just, it can drop off because you get shot. And then let's say we take another 20 and we kind of kill another one. Now we're on this 10%. Now it is actually ahead, but barely so. And this as well then will decay actually faster than the striker stacks, because these will decay over 20 seconds. This will decay over 10 seconds. So you kind of need to speed it up with that. And that's actually, for me, kind of the reason to not go unstoppable force. Now, there is actually another unstoppable force as well that we kind of have to discuss, and that's, of course, the backbone. The backbone, especially at full stacks, is quite a lot more than the normal version. Much more so that if you're actually going unstoppable force, I would generally just go backbone, and you have to kind of lean into it that you're getting those kills. And while it isn't impossible to get those kills, especially if you're going just, territory control, solo and stuff, you will have those kills up. But especially then the backbone kind of makes a little bit more sense here. The sacrifice plus the backbone. Now, of course, at 0 stacks, because this is then comparing to, on the right side here, we're kind of comparing towards the gift and the unstoppable force. So the 25 and the 0, basically. So the top one is 25, the bottom one is the 0 one from upstairs. But then here, of course, we have a 0 and a 35, but we're giving up a brand bonus for it. And especially an important one, because we're giving up the gift in this, giving up that is a second brand bonus of Providence, which in that case is 8 crit chance, which is one of the better bonuses, of course. At full stacks, it is definitely quite a bit ahead, and even more so, it is a decent amount, because it's actually 2% ahead of the gift, or full normal unstoppable force. But then actually at 0, it having or not having any unstoppable forces saved up, no kills have happened yet, then it's actually quite a bit behind as well. And that one, though, does actually make a little bit of a difference, especially as well when we look at 0 stacks, as the unstoppable force on the brand bonus is kind of ahead. So honestly, as well, on this, you could make the choice either way as well, because on those 0 stacks, yeah, it hurts a little bit. So overall, I would say that out of this, the sacrifice plus gift definitely is a decent option. You could also just go sacrifice plus coyote, and that is also a decent option and will get you most of the way there as well. And then you don't have to deal with the gift, although you don't now have more of it comes from the stacking, basically. But this is not, to me, such a significant difference to call the striker backpack kind of dead, especially when we kind of consider not going glass. And I'm going to cut it there. It was also the game. The game had enough of me as it kicked me out. That's 40 minutes. That's a little long. This thing might be a lot longer than I intend to. We're already at 44. Although actually it's another 10 and another 10. So yeah, I was expecting it to be around an hour. Let's get back to where we were because it's gonna put me back at the safe house. Could actually click in the game. Yeah, let me catch up here. I need a Randy. Okay, let's say, oh, did she? Well, we'll send them a sternly worded letter. Dear Nokia, stop hijacking me and my body and my channel. It is, in fact, not on fleek to do so. Yeah. But yeah, let's get back to where we were. Not that we actually even really are using the background, but sometimes I still want to have the opportunity to see that. This is an actual convoy. Don't be. When we're going upstairs. This place is kind of cool with the in this fogginess. Well, let's get back to where we were. Yeah, let's bring this back up. Yeah, let's pull this up a little higher. There we go. Because the thing that I'm kind of not in favor for and kind of weirded out by that it's getting recommended as much is what happens if you're not going that sacrifice, because that sacrifice gift combo especially is pretty good because also you're getting the gift, which 4 seconds versus 3 seconds, it doesn't feel like a big difference, or it doesn't seem like a big difference, but it does feel like a big difference. Because you do get it back so much more often, because you might get hit every like 4 seconds sometimes, but then you would still get a second more out of that vigilance. So here, if we go with obliterate chest, and then basically a chest plus grupo, because those would be the better picks overall. Here as well, again, we're kind of at 100% headshot rate as well. Giving actually the best chances over to the vigilance here, because yeah, if we again, the big part is if you do take the backpack, you can have the coyote, and when you have the coyote, especially in its right range, you can do decent, and then we drop off a little bit, of course, and yeah, compared to that vigilance again, if you just take this number as the only number. Then yeah, the vigilance is ahead, and especially ahead as well for in that 0 to 15 or 25 meter plus of the coyote. But again, the big difference is as well that when it drops off, it drops off. When vigilance gets hit, you're dropping off to this basically 16% behind. Let's drop it then again actually to this 20% headshot rate that I enjoy so much, and go back down. The other stats here, of course, not going to matter too much. Although, yeah, the headshot does, of course, apply there. And then we see actually if we kind of take a little bit more reasonable headshot rate, or even go to 0, then that difference kind of falls away because we're, of course, gaining more effectively from the crit damage being a little bit lower. And then because of that, the headshot is a much bigger component. That pool is the both of them together. So if the crit chance is a little bit lower, you're gaining more from this. If it's the same headshot, you're gaining more from that percentually. Now, of course, that does make a difference. But then here again as well, the thing becomes that if whenever it drops off, we're dropping off hard. Like this is a very important part of this discussion. And to me, on the sacrifice gift version, that makes a little bit more sense. Here, 2-piece Providence does not make sense, first of all, because, yeah, we would much rather have Cheska plus Grupo. That makes a little bit more sense, especially when we're at 20% headshot rate. Now, of course, it would be a much bigger number at 100% headshot rate, which is what I've seen some people use. You shouldn't do that, really, because, yeah, if you're going to do that, even at least just go 100% headshot and no headshot numbers. Because, yeah, Providence will, of course, win when we're only headshotting, but we're not only headshotting. There's, like, in a factual sense, it's not even just like a skill issue. It is warhands. It is, shooting a box in Kandan or such. And any of the servers and such. None of those have heads. So you have to always account for kind of both of those. That's why I also kind of put it at 0 at 20%. And in this case, it makes less sense to me because, yeah, while we could be a little bit ahead, and especially ahead of that, the Coyote when we're in the wrong ranges, it's still not enough of a significant difference for it to be worth it, to me at least, to drop down to these numbers whenever you need it the most. Because, yeah, whenever you're getting shot, that's likely I want to be able to return fire and, end the thing that is shooting at me. Of course, in solo scaling and such, the differences between these is almost academic. You could run any of these. You could run a purple build in solo. It's not a defense of this. What we're really more looking into is just if you're trying to min-max, what are some of the better options? And in this case as well, the thing is that the Striker backpack is just not dead to me here. I would drop this to 0 stacks, which is, of course, what you especially gain when we go up against the Vigilance backpack, is that if you're at 0 stacks, you're gaining more from Vigilance, of course. And because of that, yeah, it is going to be quite a bit ahead. Here, 15%, and then if we were to lose it, we're just 5%, a little bit less than 5% behind. So here, at 0 stacks, this definitely makes sense. But already, when we start moving to 10, and then maybe even 20. Actually, let's put this here. As we move to 30, as we move to 40, that difference starts falling and falling away. And even at 50 stacks, which isn't, of course, too hard to get. And that's also the thing with strikers. It depends what you're doing with it. If you're just doing short things like activities, this makes a lot more sense. If you're doing missions where there's long fights, for instance, this makes much more sense with the Striker backpack, because now you are able to reach that 100 stacks and stay at it. 100 stacks as well is, of course, not too hard to get. It's not the 200 stack version. But here, yeah, we're basically 6% ahead at 50 stacks. But if we were to get shot, we're dropping to basically at 13, a little bit less than 13% behind. That is a big difference. And even against the Coyote being in the wrong range, you would be still 10% behind. And 10% is a big difference. Like, you will definitely feel that. You will feel very weak whenever your vigilance goes away. And that makes it so that for Obliterate, this makes less sense to me. I wouldn't just choose this because I would rather have that Striker backpack. Yes, on the cases where we are at 0 stacks or even 50 stacks, it is behind. But that's usually, like, if it's easy already, you don't need it. Basically, if everything dies before you're at 100 stacks, you didn't need it to begin with, kind of. The activity was easy enough. Thing is, when you do need it, then you have it, and then you can't lose it either. Well, you can lose it over time, but you can't lose it instantly. And that's kind of the case to be made, especially for the obliterate version, that even if you, at worst, it is going to be this 97% if you're in the wrong ranges. And that makes it that at the very least, it's an option. And that's also why we use kind of the words meta. All of these choices are kind of meta, especially the sacrifice gift version. You could even make a case for this obliterate vigilance version. Although in the obliterate sense, I would definitely go with going with the striker backpack. One of the big reasons as well, if that isn't obvious, is that the 2 total weapon damages, of course, are additive to each other. So we're kind of diminishing the returns we're getting from those. And that is the big difference between going sacrifice plus gift, because sacrifice, of course, the glass is a separate multiplier plus 25 of the vigilance. So both of them are at full strength. None of them is getting diminished in any way. Here, adding 2 total weapon damages together, we're not getting the returns that we did versus the sacrifice plus gift versions. And here's well, actually, just as a comparison point, we have the striker backpack plus Cheska plus Grupo or Fenris, basically, if we don't go with the Coyote. Now, those are, of course, already behind the Coyote at the wrong range, basically, but just as a comparison point there as well. The thing is that we do gain a little bit in comparison from those in comparison to the Coyote version, because, they have a little less crit chance, crit damage. Then as well, here, though, there's definitely then, if you're running Killer on top, and we put it on Killer and 100 stacks, we do see that we raise this obliterate vigilance because the Coyote missing from that, of course, means that the crit chance, crit damage is a little bit lower. So you do gain a little bit more from Killer there. So especially if you are running Killer, I could see this, but then this still is part of that conversation. Whenever you do get hit, you're dropping off quite a bit. And if you can keep Striker kind of going at even if it is in the 70 stacks, which for instance isn't too hard to gain, we could be 4% ahead, but also we could be 86% behind. This is kind of, the thing of gambling. We always consider the win, but you also have to consider that you might lose. And to me, this is then, especially with the obliterate versions, not per se a worthwhile choice to go for. Just because it is so easy to get those 100 stacks, you're around the same damage, you can't lose it. And then with the sacrifice plus gift, it is enough ahead that, especially as well, but as we can get the gift in, a 4-second versus a 3 seconds doesn't seem like a big difference. But especially if you look at footage quite a bit, you notice that it's coming in a second earlier makes a difference here and there. Because, of course, when the vigilance comes back in, we're kind of basically hopping from this DPS to this DPS, and we're killing so much faster. But especially at 100 stacks, I don't see it to be too worthwhile to go with vigilance. And same as well with ensemble force, because you're kind of building up. And here as well, the issue is even exacerbated by, even at 20 stacks, you would need basically at 2 kills to be the same. At 50 stacks, you would need kind of 3 kills, and then you're still behind the Coyote in the right ranges. Even at 70 stacks, now at 4 kills or above, you would be ahead. But then as well, this would decay faster than the Striker stacks would. So while all 3 are definitely an option, I wouldn't say that either of them is a best in slot, because it's not. Not anymore. The Striker backpack used to be, of course, but that is no longer the case. And at 100 stacks, we can have decent enough outcomes out of it, especially if you have Killer up. But without Killer up, or if you're going with a different weapon talent, it becomes a little bit of a more moot point. Let's go actually look at a few of other options that we could have, especially if we go with the Striker backpack, so we can get some other exotics in there. 11 minutes. So how much are we up to? Also, that's a lot of talking I'm doing there. 55, I guess. 5 minutes here, 5 minutes on the segment, and then we kind of lead that. Yeah, let's take it to this. All of this is with yeah. Oh, okay, I'm not sure. And on this last one, just some of the other options that we could take, especially exotics wise. Just I was kind of interested in them, and I wanted to kind of see what we could extract from some the other exotics, or even how much they cost basically to use sometimes. Because yeah, here we have the Obliterate plus Coyote. Of course, the box standard setup that we can go for. Then as well, we have the Striker backpack or Striker's battle gear with the Cheska plus Grupo. Here then with basically yeah, without the Coyote, because the Coyote here is in the 0 to or in the 15 to 25 range. So this is a comparison point there as well if you're going without the Coyote already to begin with. If we take that as our 100%, then the Exodus here, our new friend, our new little ninja tool. As if you're taking that, you are dropping quite a bit, because what you're of course giving up is a brand bonus, and on top of that, you're also giving up the opportunity to have the Coyote in there. So we're dropping basically a little bit over 8% by going with that Exodus. But of course, what we gain with the Exodus is its ability to kind of save your life quite often. It is very strong, and especially it being, you know, a little bit newer, it is, you know, we're kind of finding ways to kind of abuse it as well. As for instance, if you actually weapon swap in that few seconds that you're kind of out of combat, you actually gain your full armor back. So this then also kind of becomes an unbreakable on top. Is that worth that 8%? Overall, I would say quite often yes, because honestly, this can be much more of a useful tool to kind of use and keep you upright. What it effectively has become to me is it's an extra, well, we have the health gate, of course, the health gate mechanic of just, you reach the end of your health, it kind of saves you for 2 seconds, and then any damage after that will down you. This is basically giving another gate, basically, but at the end of armor, where it hits that, it triggers its effect, of course, and that can quite often save you. Now, of course, if it's just chip damage, that will actually protect your health gate, so you now have the health gate behind it. If it's a sniper shot or something big, like explosion or something, it might go through both and kind of hit the hit the Exodus trigger and then also go hit your health gate. But with a lot of chip damage and stuff, actually, it is very worthwhile to use this. Its effectiveness is actually pretty good. So overall, I would say that this is worth giving up for. Another tool that we quite often use actually is Bloody Knuckles. And here actually even Bloody Knuckles without another person running the Coyote in the team. Because quite often when we run Bloody Knuckles actually is, for instance, in incursions and such, where somebody else will run the Coyote and then we get to benefit from that. And then on top of that have Bloody Knuckles. And then this is an even bigger number. But even if we take it without, now of course, if we don't trigger its talent, because actually that Exodus is a good stand-in of no brand bonus basically, or no talent or brand bonus being active. So, and then also excluding the Coyote for ourselves. The Exodus, or well, the Bloody Knuckles, if you don't activate them basically, they're 10% or 9% behind, and then they're 11% ahead when you do activate them. So if you can remember to trigger them, and especially if you have, for instance, reason to do so for a really hard fight, like with the Lovebirds and Right and such, as we quite often use Bloody Knuckles there, then Bloody Knuckles is one of the strongest options actually, because as well, if we had the Coyote, this would be basically on top of that, and that would gain you even more than this. Especially as well, if you're running Chest Striker, it is basically a full 25% because it is 25% total weapon damage. It actually says weapon damage, but it isn't this total weapon damage. So on a Chest Striker, where there's no other source of the weapon damage, it will be its full 25% when you trigger it, which is very strong, of course. That's what we'll see in a second here as well, actually. Then as well, what we'll have is, although, well, it wouldn't be the full 25% because you're giving up a brand bonus. But here, the Centurion as well as one of the choices. Now we have both sides of the Centurion here, the damage plus rate of fire, and then also the max size plus reload. Now the reload size and the max size, of course, they're not going to put anything into burst, and because of that you lose burst because you're comparing against things that do go into that, but we gain a lot of sustain. The damage and rate of fire side of it is actually really strong. By itself, of course, here even at its worst option for it, basically where we have 28 grading, because the weapon damage side of it is just weapon damage. It is additive to that. So the higher that is, the worse it is for that. Here as well, actually, one of the, well, technically like worse builds to kind of run it on, although of course it's overall the top pick, strikers, where we already have rate of fire going into there, because the rate of fire is of course additive to the strikers rate of fire, so they're kind of diminishing the returns of each other basically. So this is kind of the worst case scenario for it, and it's still doing really well. Now, of course, the thing with it is now that it's kind of as well fixed that you can't kind of have both sides on one weapon, you kind of have to do that weapon swap. That is kind of annoying, and yeah, it is definitely something that, while very powerful, kind of like with the Bloody Knuckles, it's sometimes also too much of a hassle. So that's why we don't generally run them, but especially the Centurion as well, where you can trigger its buff exactly when you need it, because you can just swap just before, for instance, right, gets a shower. Definitely a choice here. And because of that, yeah, it is actually, even now that it's kind of fixed, although its max size and stuff still is a little wonky, it is definitely a top pick, and if used correctly, can get you really good results. And then even on the other side of it, while we lose about a bunch of burst, we still gain a lot of sustain. But honestly, I would mostly just use the damage rate of fire side and kind of just swap out and swap into it, and then just take the reloads and stuff. The max size and reload side of it, I don't think is per se worth it. Then as well, actually, just as another piece we could put it is Memento, and Memento at 0 stacks and Memento at 30 stacks. How much do we gain or lose? We lose quite a bit. Even at the 30 stacks here, so fully charged up, 30 kill confirms, against just Coyote plus Obliterate, or even the Cheska plus Grupo, we are basically at 10%ish behind. We're dropping 2 and a bit million on the burst DPS. And of course, at 0 stacks, it's even worse for it. But of course, what we lose in damage, we gain in the skill efficiency for instance, a much better tools that we can use, like shields and stuff. We're gaining those blue and blue and yellow cores, for instance. We are gaining the regen. We're gaining here not much bonus armor because we're on full red basically for the rest of the build. So is that worth it? Overall, I wouldn't say no. And of course, I'm a fan of the tech tanks in general. They kind of use the Memento to its full potential, I feel. But even without using it to its full potential, it is overall a decent pick. And here as well, we're not even talking about picking the pickups, the short pickups up to use in damage in the short-term buff, because that would of course be even more weapon damage up in here. But the Memento, while you lose quite a bit, is definitely one of the contenders, especially solo, because yeah, giving up that backpack slot for a Memento actually to me feels a lot more of a choice. Honestly, than going with some of the high ends, especially if you're going with Obliterate. Then as well, we have again the Chest Striker, just to compare it as well with Bloody Knuckles here. Here as well, we have the inter between those two, so just the Chest Striker is 100%, and then we basically gain from the Bloody Knuckles, we're getting here 114%, and that's down to, as we kind of talked about, it would be at its full 25%, but then of course here it's coming at the cost of the Coyote. But if you're getting the Coyote from somebody else, so for instance, in Incursion, to bring that up again, we usually have one person running Coyote. We all set up at 60 crit chance, and they're only going to have close range Coyote, and then the rest of us goes Bloody Knuckles. And then this is even higher than that, because this would be at its full 25% at that point. Here, though, we're comparing it to a Chest Striker, which is running Coyote instead. But even then, yeah, Bloody Knuckles is definitely one of the top contenders. As I've also sometimes seen people put this in the list of like useless exotics, which usually my conclusion is they're like, no, Bloody Knuckles isn't bad, that person is pretty bad. Yeah, let's actually kind of discuss one last thing and then take it to a conclusion. Yeah. How long was that? Okay, also 9 minutes. A little longer than I wanted, but also I don't feel I can shorten that by that much. I feel without just not doing this segment, but we're gonna do this segment. Yeah, let me catch up here as for those coming in, maybe I'm recording a video for the YouTubes, so we're kind of away on or I'm kind of doing segments there. Let me actually in the background pull up something. Where is it though? Yeah. Actually, let me catch up here for a second. I need to free up your minds. What does Mantafel do for your weapon damage? It just adds weapon damage. It as basically as you charge this up, you have up to 30% weapon damage. So once it's 30 stacks, you have 30 weapon damage here. And then also actually technically on that one, if you were to run over short ones, you would have another 30% weapon damage. But I haven't included that in that because that would actually like bump it up even more. That's it. You need to answer that one. And yeah, most of the times as well, you can just read up on them. Although, like reading the item explains the item, but sometimes there's also some mistakes in here as well in some of the talents. As for instance, with Striker, with saying total weapon damage. Which, what is the second Bloody Knuckles in this list? So that one's on a Chest Striker. But then Coyote, Chest Striker versus Chest Striker, Bloody Knuckles, because you're extracting more from the Bloody Knuckles there because of the total weapon damage. Yeah, let's actually yeah. Let's kind of formulate my thoughts here and then let's go on this segment. And yeah, there's then one thing kind of left to discuss here as there's still a little bit of an elephant in the room. And as of course that some others have said that the Striker backpack is dead. And as you kind of may have gotten from this entire video, I don't agree. I think actually there's a lot of options that you have for Striker chest talents, not just the Striker chest talent, but yeah, for instance, going glass, going focus, going spotter even, and on the backpack talent as well, even going vigilance or unstoppable force is definitely some choices, and especially that sacrifice plus gift version, I would definitely like give my stamp of approval to, and I have actually. It is in the recommended build list. So for instance, if we go to the build collection, actually in the Striker recommended, there is one that doesn't have a Striker backpack, and that is actually that glass vigilance. I would say this version is definitely worth kind of considering, where you kind of have a lot more upfront damage, even though, yeah, you're kind of locking yourself into glass and such. But then actually, of course, the thing we kind of need to discuss is, and I'm kind of, as this video originally, I don't know if this will actually kind of show up on stream there, but yeah. So this was actually Striker backpack talent and then FNPR for no particular reason. And for those that knows my series and stuff, for no particular reason usually is a response series to people doing shit badly. And I feel that actually applies to this video. As this is now actually 3 months old, and as you can see there, I've thumbed it down even. Dot, of course, brought forward that, Striker backpack is kind of dead, and a bunch of people ran with it, and even I got a bunch of DMs and stuff from people, which I hope actually like nobody that kind of watches me ever does this to somebody else, which is to go like, hey, actually this other person kind of showed this, and you need to change the build collection. Striker backpacks should go out. Do they? Really? Because in this video, there is a bunch of stuff. And I would love to say that, that line of like, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed, which usually actually is worse for the person hearing it. No, I'm just mad. I'm just pissed off. Because the comparison here that was made in this video was especially a glass chest versus an obliterate chest. The question of, yes, this becomes a gift. Does that force this other piece to become a sacrifice? And then as well, if I have this, right? If we have this striker as our comparison point, what's stopping me from doing this? And this is the thing it should be compared against. Obviously, this should be the thing it's compared against. Not against an obliterate. Of course, the striker chest is gonna, or the glass chest is gonna beat obliterate. That shouldn't even. And what I'm actually then a little bit, I am disappointed at is that it didn't get called out. I feel that is such an easy thing to call out about this video. Furthermore, everything is set to 100% headshot, and we kind of showed what that does, especially when we're comparing a sacrifice, which is a providence, which is at 100%, which, has headshot bonus. So yes, of course, it's going to kind of make that an even worse comparison for a Cheska piece. But then also, through all of this, zero mention of when we lose our vigilance bonuses, what happens then? Because to me, giving that story without discussing what happens when you lose the vigilance bonus is completely like, there's a saying, and I've seen this hurled at me or even kind of in my favor through some other people, of just math doesn't lie. Which to me is one of the dumbest things to say. Math cannot lie. Math is not human. Math is just a system that we kind of have as to kind of represent reality the best we can, or even a reality which is fictional, like in the case of, for instance, division. But what math can definitely do is omit. What math definitely can do is be used to lie. Now, in this case, I'm not saying it is used to lie, but this is an omittance that is a little bit too far. And because of that, I am actually kind of pissed at for putting that out and kind of making some heisa about stuff that, no, there is no best in slot here. That's also why I refuse to kind of use that term, except for things that are actually best in slot, because we do have a few of those in this game. So for instance, D-Talk on weapons as a third stat, definitely a place where we could call it that best in slot. With all of this gear and such, there's a reason I use the term meta, and others with me, as well as, for instance, that's also a thing that Dot is kind of pushing in that, as with, like, we should use the term best in slot. They are not interchangeable. On the strikers, Obliterate Striker is meta, Chest Striker is meta, Sacrifice plus Gift Striker is meta, but then also, several versions with the backpack, several versions with the Gift backpack. You could definitely make cases for all of them to be meta. And that's actually, I would hope, the takeaway from this. As well, with others, kind of reducing the Striker backpack talent to just this multiplier and not considering that what else it gets you is completely missing the basis of opportunity cost. There is an opportunity cost here with going with the Striker backpack, that it can get you the Coyote, and the Coyote is very strong. And because of that, a lot of people as well kind of just go oh, the multiplier has changed to being around 15%, so anything above 15% beats it. Except then again, as well, vigilance can drop to 0. Unstoppable force starts at 0. All of these have their own downsides and should be discussed as such. So that was kind of the point of this video, to kind of bring what I feel a little bit of sanity to a little bit of what I felt has become a little bit insane. So yeah, I hope as well, this isn't per se an attack on any people mentioned here, including Dot. But yeah, as I said, I'm kind of mad and I'm not even disappointed. So yeah, I did want to discuss that, as yeah, that was definitely an elephant in this room. But yeah, with that as well, we come kind of to the end of this video. And if you did enjoy this this in-depth look into striker chest and backpack choices that we can make, then if you can, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below, as it does help out. So I will do that little bit of shilling here. For future videos, we're actually gonna likely go into that concept that I kind of wanted to do. And as well, we have still the build collection updates to do, as yeah, the build collection did get a few changes to it, and I do want to highlight those in a video, in their own video. But yeah, for this one, thank you for joining me. I hope you found it informative. And as always, have a good night. There we go. Hopefully that wasn't too bashy. But yeah, I feel I needed to say what I needed to say there. Yeah. Let's actually put that in there as well, and then see how long it all became. Also, yeah, we can go back to this scene. So that is a total runtime of 112, which a little longer than I wanted to actually hit hour or less, but I'll take 112. Yeah, let's take this back to base for a second. Put the stuff back in the stash. And then also, let's take this back to having this in the background for me. Because I'm just gonna... And yeah, I should have taken a little longer than I wanted, but let's actually jump to third account. Did I take anything else? I don't think so, right? No. Well, actually... Nah, that's fine. We'll leave the Lexington green. Yeah, let's swap accounts real quick. I should have actually maybe done that while we're cleaning up there, but so I'm gonna go to third account and quickly just bang out the scouts, kind of get them caught up. Also, yeah, go to Danny with the level 30 and stuff like that. Just do kind of the Wednesday stuffs on them. Able to change to my clan. Well, very relative, yeah. It was just, it was especially just like also nobody calling it ad, because also the comparison between just going, you know, what's stopping the chest from becoming a sacrifice when you're comparing sacrifice plus gift? Why is the other side an obliterate plus coyote? Like, what's stopping the chest there from becoming a sacrifice to you? And the answer is nothing. Watching it again. Yeah. I do feel sometimes odd about that one of just like, you know, some of the regulars, especially on stream, then kind of, yeah, happens to them twice, basically. As we're loading up in the background. Oh, yeah, that one will go up on Friday, so that'll be Friday's video. And then we'll be back on kind of the schedule in a normal way, because actually the SHD Expose was like one day too early, and then also the April Fool's one was one day later, just because to land on April Fool's. So also did that break? No, actually, I think ever since the changes to the easy anti-cheat, I haven't actually had issues with my audio anymore. We're gonna log into the level 30 first. Because we left some caches from SHD exposed. So there will be level 30 caches this way, as I'll go to the mailbox.
Entering safe area.
And I've already, on second account, noticed that, yeah, turmoil, because the turmoil also gets awarded there, but the turmoil doesn't become level 30. What is that? We get these caches, and these are all level 30s now, because we logged in on a level 31st. Although it's only those caches, because you can't get... so for instance, the season ones and stuff, they don't have a level 30 version. Yeah, this way we can get a few names and stuff for like when we watch alt.
Priority objective available.
Agent, good to be seeing you.
Double swap speed.
Thank you, Agent.
Although neither of those would have been kept. Yeah, so let's, first things first, let's get that chest. I'm gonna go find an open clan at level 30. Whatever. That allows us access to the clan vendor. And yeah, there's an OD chest, so actually, for those that have also kind of gotten those other OD parts a few weeks ago with Gassy. This is the final piece. Also, while I'm here, because I might buy some of the other items if we can get some stats extracted from them. Should definitely take that one. Just a full stat is a full stat. So for that one. Yeah. Let's take that one too then.
Thanks for the business agent.
We can always get some credits over to this character if need be. Yeah, let's first off favorite that chest so we don't accidentally extract anything from here. And let's actually extract those other ones. We might as well. So eventually I do want this again as well to have a decent level there, although we're not using it anymore really, because most of the times for watch alts we're starting at level 31, so we have access to the 31 thing as well. Yeah, let's go get Danny especially. Anyway, Bobik. And hello, the real email. Actually, we'll be using it at some point. I'm not sure if it's going to be okay or good or such. I'm not too sure. Because the thing is as well, you kind of need a sadist weapon to go with it. You don't have access to Carnage.
Hostile control point nearby.
But at least we'll give it a shot.
Know where my pal is set up today?
I do know where your pal is set up. I've been there a few times. Yeah, let's go get Danny real quick, because also, yeah, going to a level 30 at level 30 to some of these, or for instance, Danny, we can buy level 30 caches, except for the seasons once again. So. And hey there, game. Just supporting carries with Danny. Oh yeah, that helps too as well, actually.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Yeah, one of the things we used to, or actually I still have on the second account as well, just FI set, actually. From back when it was World Tier 5.
Got something to trade.
Yeah, we'll buy... And yeah, the field proficiencies as well, actually pretty nice for this account. Although actually, I'm not going to buy those Burden of Truth ones. This account doesn't have that many caches. So I'll save those for... Let's take it back to base. And there were some max stats in there. Let's see actually what they are. Actually, I'm not sure if that Bloody Knuckles is better or worse. Actually, a better stat. Some max stats that we can use actually. Honestly, this wouldn't even be a bad choice for that OD. Because I don't have, or because I don't think I have good weapons on this account to go with it.
Good trading with you, Agent.
Let's actually see. Do I have a decent Bloody Knuckle in here already? I'll hang on to this one. Oh yeah, let's add some of those to the library. And actually a few stats that might see some use, but also most of the gear actually on this account as well is actually 31. So we have the other library. Although actually, yeah, for these OD pieces and stuff, I would need this library. So do I take the crit chance or the weapon damage? I'm gonna take the crit chance because that's likely, much more likely to see another item with max weapon damage than I am a crit chance. That's it. I should just, but that's not too great. So I might actually hang on to this goalie. Yeah. What is the other one item? Oh, and because yeah, now as well, I have on this account as well, I should have level 30 gloves, knee pads, holster, chest, and actually all of them are, because Cassie as well have decent stats. Yeah, likely I'll pick the whatever has the best. Although it also depends on what other pieces I have. So. Yeah, is that all I want to do with this character? Yeah. Let's actually go through the other characters, quickly get the SHU requisitions, and then we'll go do the scan. There's a Watch Alt, and then Hardcore, and then the main character. Hoping they have...
Cassie Clue in Judiciary Square.
Okay. So yeah, they have enough for another 3 weeks actually after this one. Yeah.
Here you go. Best gear in the city.
Wow. So this is an interesting chat. When do you want to get a 0-day exploit to get full memory in any protected game? Have you considered? Yeah. You consider it being reported. Because fuck off.
Looking to deal?
Also, I wonder how they even.
Thanks for your business.
Priority objective.
Maybe it was in
available
prox. Was I in the shared space there, or are they just actually like messaging me as if I would be someone that would be interested in that, especially when I'm on stream? That's a special level of dumb.
Your business is appreciated.
Yeah, let's go through the characters real quick. No, I wanted to sell it shade like that. But also I'm like curious like how he even, because I was like, did I even go into the shared space? I don't think so, right? So how did he even?
Safe area entered.
Check the castle vendor. No, I've already checked the vendors. They didn't have anything too good. Although actually I should check it with that level 30 as well if the
Nice doing business.
maybe there's a stat that this account needs. But yeah, I haven't been checking the level 31 ones. Although castle isn't available at any of them. Like it's just it's theater and campus. You know what? I'm gonna keep that ninja bag on the hardcore here. Not sure I have one.
Good trading with you, agent.
Actually, I don't have one. Although, yeah, unlikely to be used on a hardcore, but I'll do it anyway. Oh, actually, it's the last few levels on this account with the season pass. Oh, you could join the level 40 world and then check it. Yeah. That seems like too much work. Thing is, as well, most of those vendors don't have gear sets and stuff, but that was the thing I was most interested in. Because, yeah, most of the other stuff I already have. You know.
Entering safe area.
Actually, I didn't think of that, yeah, you can join a level 40 nowadays, of course. For the longest of time, that was, you couldn't. I should have actually turned this on, so I could have gotten 10% more.
Best gear in
Yeah, let's... But these, and then, yeah, actually, let's go and do the
good to be seen.
scout real quick.
I appreciate the trade.
Because what I could do, because I did this on second account as well, though. I'm not sure. Didn't do that many incursions on this account. Because I normally tip of the spear is just dark hours. Oh, I have more. No. Yeah, let's just let's just cheese it. Because this eats like this resource, which is normally dark hours, but then incursion is also dropping it. So. Could of course just do an incursion as well and just get enough pieces. Yeah. Let's take as the basis that. I know we're not really making a build or anything, but just gonna recalibrate some crit chance onto it. Actually, I could go. Wait, is there anywhere? Actually, yeah, we could go on Memento. Let's do that. Bare minimum. Because also, I'm not even gonna mod it up. Also, I don't think that will actually work out with Christian's crit damage. Yeah, let's stick with minigun. I'm gonna drop my world to normal, so we can extract the most out of. I should have taken. Wait, is it the chest or backpack now? That gives double ammo. That doesn't matter either, because we'll generate more than enough. And yeah, let's go and oh yeah, judiciary, right? Something spawn here, please. Cheat and so he doesn't get back out of man. The thing is, they don't care about this. Yeah, Van, that's. Do I need to invite you? Or does the level 30? I mean, well, actually, you likely don't have this account, but if you have an in-game name for me, oh, actually, you do.
Another agent has joined your group.
I'll wait for you to be loaded in. But actually, if I just leave now, it'll be your world, right? Because I'll just leave you to it. Because then, yeah, you can have that world.
You have
Because actually that loads me again, which actually will help out here. Did I just a random bound here or no? There's not. Okay. Oh, well, no, you can take your time. Look at that. That happens, but an officer. Likely for communications and stuff, they'll get a warning at least. But also, they don't care. Like the game, you can get the game pretty cheaply. So, you know, the second one account gets banned. The thing is, likely what is happening there is, you know, there's a saying usually if people are selling, somebody's buying. And there's likely more than enough people buying. And for them, you know, that's just built-in cost. That's just marketing cost. You send bots or like people, and then like when one account gets banned, up with the next. But it hadn't just been whispered like that in like forever. But the weird thing was as well, like I'm pretty sure I didn't go into share. I wouldn't mind relooking the. It's usually the way that, you know, they find people is, you know, anybody standing around in the shared space and stuff. Yeah. So there, I'm wondering if that was through the stream or if it was. So name unicorn often. No, unicorn is so if you know what unicorns are, otherwise just Google it. It's, you know, the horse with the horn. You know, the mythical magical beast. But so in fantasy and stuff, they're rare. They're super rare. They don't happen often. There's usually, like in most stories, there's canonically only one in the world. So that's what we call very rare pieces. So that's, unicorns are just, so to me, usually, yeah, unicorns are any pieces that aren't like super hard to get. And then things like the Habsburg one, where you need exactly everything to be in the spot. Those are super unicorns. That's kind of the terminology I use for. Oh, I'm gonna guess Toasty's somewhere in the background there. And yeah, hey there, Danny. And welcome in, Raiders. And yeah, I hope you had a good stream there. Actually, I don't need to. And yeah, welcome in. As over here, I'm just quickly doing the scouts on this account, so I haven't done so yet. And just for the specialization weapon 1, we just dropped it down to normal with a sloppily put together tip of the spear. And we're just extracting a few kills. But yeah, welcome in and welcome, Raiders. Andy then there's doing the scouts. See, double Gustavo's there. Anyway, the tasty. The Delta and Descent. Yeah, the servers seem to be struggling a little. I'm not sure what the actual is going on, but I'm willing to venture a guess that maybe something has been found somewhere, cheesing wise. Kind of feels, yeah, like that. Is ICRE still good DPS? Not really. It dropped a little bit too far down. If you're looking for kind of the like something slower firing and maybe even a little bit more accurate, the fall, that's kind of has become the pick.
Got an asshole coming.
Just waiting for special ammo to. Could have actually. Although, which part is it nowadays? Is it still the backpack? No, right? It's the chest now. Gives extra ammo. Or is it the backpack? Still. So maybe I should have made that. Well, as well, how many? Let's actually track this. We're already like 16 out of 25 there.
You know what to do.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Could also just get enough kills to get some special ammo. Or we just clear this out. There's some people outside as well. Outstairs.
I can take you.
Just need 2 more kills for somehow. So let's get that actually.
Assistance needed.
23. 24. 25. There we go. So we don't need to ever run that again. Let's actually run the... Oh no, let's run Heartbreaker because yeah, we have the journey down here. Yeah, let's grab that. Let's actually reset the world because yeah, next step is let's not take directives. Next up is capturing that over there. For a lot of servers, let's if I change that. Okay. Twice in loop 1. Yeah. I'm gonna guess there's some shenaniganery going on. Likely something has been found somewhere. Or maybe it's the knee pads double calculation. And everybody using it. Because that thing's a little silly as well. No. Yeah, I've been noticing just this afternoon I was just even doing testing at the range and stuff, and just sometimes the damage number is just popping up like a second later. I was actually on that account, I started that with using the mortar, for instance, and the mortar as well. Just you fire it and it just fires like a second later. Which is it's kind of odd. Yeah, let's actually get a few mementos here, and then let's go detecting stuff. I'm actually gonna call it in here, partially because I'll be able to get ammo quickly anyway, and then maybe we can get rogues.
Reinforcements en route.
Although it's just donating here and then, or capturing this and then donating here. That's the scout for this week. But then this again is kind of caught up. Because likely then after we'll jump back to main account, and actually yeah, the plan is to do a bunch of conflict. Just get some actually as well. I made a walker mask, which is like the one part I was gonna miss in, to try out the capacitor one as well. Actually, the capacitor umbra. And I think as well, although maybe I'll be able to stream tomorrow in the afternoon. What am I stuck now? Okay. That explosion helped. I might be dead here. Save me. You can be my hero. Assault team leader. You can take away the down. You can capture this control point. Yeah. Okay, I feel me being stuck in there and getting like just blown up and then set on fire twice. Yeah, that I know what I deserve for being that aggressive. Uh,
Got an enemy coming. Shit, I gotta move. Changing mag.
what was that? BP gives double. Yeah, there's a bunch of April Fool gems. And actually, there is some benefit to them as well, as if you haven't noticed, well, you can't equip them, but you can deconstruct them, and you get exotic component out of it. And they drop quite a bit, actually. So, see this event basically as just a bunch of extra exotic components. And likely it will be up for a whole week, I would guess. Unlike what a bunch of people had in their title yesterday. I was just like, only today! Just like, yeah. But yeah, we shouldn't be too surprised that
Incoming hostiles detected.
at specifically that person especially. This guy he's sick and tired of just walking around, so he's just like, you know what, I'm just gonna slide around. I reject your reality and substitute my own. And especially here with the modifier. This is pretty. We can burn through this. Although actually, yeah, frenzied enemies, they do actually hurt.
Heavily armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby.
We'll need to, or we can either fast travel away, or we need to actually deal with this. Let's actually just deal with it. Because next step is to donate. Oh, they're close enough. They're spawning. They're gonna spawn in this control point, I think. Yeah. They are in our base, setting us up the bomb. Guys, we just captured this. You can't do this. You're evicted. You can't just move back in. But yeah, there are a few times when stuff like this happens with me. Actually, let's get this first. He'll likely need a few seconds to catch his breath before he lets us interact with him. Just give some. Oh yeah, that's what the chest is. That's why I remember the chest nowadays also having something to do with that.
We're running low on resources.
Projects are going to be gone tomorrow, so we'll see if the new pass goes. Wait, tomorrow? As in, like, Thursday? That's so weird. I mean, we'll see.
Thanks to you, I think we're full up now.
Because yeah, I might have some back channel knowledge there, but I would have, like, if I was them, I would have left it up for the weekend, just so everybody can kind of get a chance at it, because plenty of people don't play except for like weekend and stuff. But also the knee pads I don't see the knee pad disappearing at all. The knee pads need to become fixed. Like that's the only thing they really need. Need damn squatters. Also, yeah, let me catch you once this ends because I kind of forgot a few things. And either wait, and indeed, sorry for getting too late, but yeah, we have consigned that fool back to to being foolish. Although actually, I am technically on the Nokia account. So. Am I imposter? Oh, because we're on Nokia. Yeah, let's go get cleaned up. Let's go swap back to main account and then jump into some conflict. And yeah, actually, I'll answer Armin's question there as well. So kind of get late to it. But I actually just trash at tip of the spear. I'm not expecting. Should I keep this for headhunting 511? Yeah, no, let's not.
Is appreciated.
Let's pop that. Let's pop the caches. Oh, that will have also actually this account now reached season level 100 as well. Yeah, let's claim these last ones. Oh, that's just an exotic cache. Right. And all three accounts are season level 100 now.
Good trading with you, Agent.
Anything else I need to do? No. Actually, did I get the SHU requisition? Yeah, I did. Just to be sure. Yeah, let's go back to main account and yeah, let's take it into some conflict. — 10,000 per month, yeah. What was my second character? Try something. I changed. Now I haven't seen another player. Each time it's going to start. Don't think it's bugged. That's odd. Although there just might not be, because even I would think that a lot of DZ players would now be just jumping into conflict as well. With the 3 times. So. Because maybe that plus if it's like horrible, any like bad targeted and stuff on top. They're going to dance. So of course will be. I just going all in on some video gaming. That sounds like a plan. But yeah, this weekend as well, I'll be playing quite a bit. Although, so I'll be missing Friday. Yeah, Friday. As I'll be working that day, but the rest of the week, or the rest of the weekend, the Saturday and the Sunday, I'm just planning on playing a shit ton of Division. And yeah, with that striker video now in the bag as well, I can kind of go back to a little bit of work on. I think I'll finish up the weapon type and variant guide first, because that's just busy work. It'll take a bunch of time, but that's just, now we kind of have the structure. We just need to just do it. Just do it. And then, yeah, back to the Descent one. Yeah, let's jump on this character. And yeah, I don't know if there's any tinkers for some conflicting. If anybody's interested, feel free to say so, and we can maybe take in a team even.
Safe area entered.
Because we have the week of this. And yeah, we've gotten 12 levels so far out of it with triple. So we've got 4 levels becoming
Whatever you need.
12. Well, actually, I wonder if the levels here are the same as... Because the level structure of conflict is not linear, right? Like it's more per level? Or is it just a flat amount per level? Actually, I don't know. Never really paid too much attention. But But yeah, we'll jump into a match already. And then yeah, if anybody's interested in joining me for future ones, feel free to say so. And I'm just still at the start of it. Energize? What? Why? What would energize get? Oh, he's 83. That's what it would get you. It's slightly the best thing he has. Oh. Yeah, but Mike will get you into the next one. Actually, I'll jump into the voice here as well. Whoever's interested, feel free to join up in there and then maybe get to the point where we even have a 4-man or something. Oh. I don't remember ever in the past or in like year 1 or 2 that the tags ever would go missing. So likely that happened at some point.
Neutralize all enemies before you run out of reinforcements.
So there's always a map that I kind of not the fondest of. Never really know where to go on this, and there's like 2 long sight lines, which always kind of suck. And then when you're on this side, I feel you can't push through this corridor. Can you?
Mine detected.
I'm gonna give it a few more seconds and then pulse.
Hostile defender drone detected.
Oh, Umbra. Forgot Umbra.
An agent needs assistance.
Did they get him? Is the question. Oh, they just got up there. Second shooter.
Medical assistance needed.
Hoping to be able to trade with just one guy, but yeah, not two.
Agent vital signs 0. Agent down.
Agent down. Was waiting for the beat to drop. Should have also popped my drone.
An agent needs assistance.
I don't want to push in solo. It's a bad idea.
System curtailed.
Gonna pull them back into allies, I'm hoping.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
But I always hate from
Agent
this,
incapacitated.
from the explosions as well as just stagger.
System back online. Agent deceased.
I feel that could even be a good thing to like maybe add to Syscore. Although I mean you can
Boost about to activate.
bypass stagger with other choices.
An agent needs assistance. Boost now active. Agent down. Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out of action.
Sadly, they'll save that guy.
Vital signs 0.
You know, spawn on the other side now. We'll get mercy rolled here.
Boost will soon deactivate.
Alright, try to
This
go
is your
for
last chance to come back before we have to pull you out.
Allies are acquiring the boost.
Here's my
The boost
position
has been taken
away.
by allies. Hostile seeker mine detected. Hostile defender drone detected. Agent down.
Multi-seeker. That's a nice choice.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out.
That was good awareness on their end. Should have bought my drone actually. Second I was
Agent
starting
vital
to get
signs
shit.
0.
Yeah, it's kind of the kind downside of an uncoordinated team, or like a team that isn't bunching up, is yeah, there's just too many angles. We have no other way out of here, do we? Bullet King always
Agent down.
has a choice.
System malfunctioning.
A specialization supply drop has been arranged
Oh.
for you.
Vital signs critical. System reactivated. Agent
Should have gone
out.
for the heal there, but also, yeah, there's nowhere to go.
Agent.
This corner is actually like
There are no more
in a lot of the
reinforcements.
spawns.
Nobody's
If
pulling
you
out.
had
The
like
fight goes
multiple
on.
lines of defense, you could much more easily
An
defend
agent
it.
needs assistance.
It's a loss.
I know. Well, go get set up for a second. Oh, also I didn't even notice, but these guys were in a clan together. Ringing a bell is kind of a dick move. Okay. We tried. We tried so far and we got so hard. But in the end, we got some XP, so doesn't matter. Yeah, let's actually exit that. Yeah, Palm, if you were up for hopping in, and also yeah, if anybody else is interested. That one, Dark Souls conflicts. I've been jumping in. Actually, started a little bit last week. I've been meaning to, as I've been quite often saying on streams
Entering safe area.
for quite a while, but now we're really doing it. Because also, yeah, this week is the conflict XP. So last week
Another
kind of
agent is now in your group.
started playing around with it. This is there even with just from one match we got 2 levels and 2 conflict caches, even though we didn't even do that well.
Thanks for the business.
I do kind of like this setup. I'm actually kind of considering maybe we could even put in another thing is also, yeah, the pulse, although the duration of it helps a little bit. Should actually go with something like foam that has charges, because now we have 2. Actually, let's go with foam. Instead of
Hello.
pulse. Oh no, hey there, Palm. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Yeah, doing pretty good. Shall we jump in right away? Or
Yeah,
you need a...
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, let's... Although, I mean, this will still take a second, usually. Well, you know what? I'm gonna go pulse and foam. I just like pulse quite a bit. Awareness is sometimes key. Actually, what are you running? Actually, yeah, we're kind of we're running copycats. Oh, they're just different pieces. And actually, yeah, I picked these pieces just so I can actually swap these as well with the Langmos that I have, and then go Iron Lung still. And that actually works out with the crit chance, crit damage as well. There's also one thing I wanted to try out. Oh, we don't have it anymore. One thing I wanted to try out for ambush strategy is Sleipnir. Because that seems like a decent idea. Because if I can prep that thing... Where did it go? Well, we'll try that out with a different... With a different match. There we go. Let's actually grab the whole headset there.
High-end capacitor build. Umbra.
Another Umbra.
Umbra with
And Seeker.
Centurion. Okay.
Anyway, one skill build.
Yeah, I didn't get the last one.
Spike is a weird choice there. Why wouldn't you just go in sync? Although likely they're just not using that weapon at all, or trying not to. Hey, one other person that doesn't have their face covered up. It does happen.
Kind of longer black screen.
Yeah. Syncing up. I know, let's push that right side, right? Or,
Reinforcements are spent.
I mean, this one? Okay.
wait, is it? Oh, we're on this side. Yeah, no, that would be the left side, yeah. But these guys went this way. I'm gonna actually already charge up. Just in case we... In case I forget later. Give it a few more seconds and then pause. They're likely taking that other
Hostile
side.
drone detected. Hostile explosive seeker mine detected. Hostile stinger hive detected.
I'm gonna watch our side for a second.
Agent
Sure.
low.
Almost got him. Just got into full armor so
Hostile
quickly
striker drone detected.
for some reason.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Wait, what happened to the other two?
Agent incapacitated. Agent killed.
Oh, were they down there? No, right? They're just out there. I was like, if this person pushes out to get me, they'll get murdered, but that didn't happen. Or maybe they were murdered already. Oh no, they were murdered. I was not aware.
An agent needs assistance.
Watch out for that stinger, is still there.
Agent down.
They're also behind us. Behind us.
Serious trauma detected. Agent incapacitated. Agent vital signs 0. An agent needs assistance.
Ah. Spawned us across.
Yeah, they have put the spawns.
Boost
Yeah.
online. Hostile explosive seeker mine
Or you
detected.
guys kind of just... Alright.
Hostile stinger hive detected. Agent down.
Oh yeah, sure, dude. Someone's shooting from me, from the bottom, and he's out of nowhere, like right behind me, behind the corner.
I mean, all 4 of them are there.
The enemy is acquiring the boost.
Oh, wait for you. Oh,
The
wait
boost
for
has
you
been
guys
taken
to
by the
spawn in. This. Yeah, you're getting a damage buff as well.
An agent needs assistance.
You need to turn this around, or we're going to have to pull you out.
Hostile drone detected.
All 4 of them are there. Ah,
Serious
Stinger
trauma
Hive.
detected. Agent out of action.
Still bad that other skill is on cooldown. I'm gonna give him a little taste. Oh, in combat or.
Yeah, all they do is just throw stinger hives.
Yeah,
Agent needs
I
assistance.
mean that's the annoying thing. There's also why conflict just. There is the everybody hates skill builds here. It's partially because they are
What up,
effective. As well.
Don't understand how it didn't kill me. I phoned myself literally in front of them. One shot in behind you, behind you.
Yeah, I'm trying to get away from him. Oh, nice. One down here, but I'm not gonna be
Immediate
able to.
medical assistance needed. Agent out.
So actually, here Iron Lung would have been
Agent vital signs 0.
would have won that one.
You're out of reinforcements. Hang in there.
Hostile striker drone detected. Hostile explosive seeker mine detected.
Supply drop is being claimed by the enemy. The specialization supply drop has fallen into enemy hands.
Specialization weapons now.
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah, also other 2 are just running around. Really?
One behind.
Yeah. It's our spawn. The spawn rules kind of suck. I wish that wasn't the case like that.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent
I love
out
it
of
when they
action.
push and my teammate is just standing behind me staring at
Agent
them.
killed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Agent down.
that's a loss. I'll just
Yeah.
take it as the loss that it is.
I was trying to help you. I saw one guy on top. My
Hostile
teammate just
drone detected.
ran away.
Yeah, I wish I could swap to
Just
mortar
hide.
there.
Halfway to the
That would have
finish.
been easy to get some revenge. How do I view my conflict stats like crit? That's the fun part. You don't.
An agent needs assistance.
You just have to know. You just run your crits or just like equip a weapon without any crit mods or anything, and then you can know like what crit chance you're on and stuff. And then the crit damage is minus 20. Yeah, minus 10. Weapon damage is also minus 10. The thermal Leviads on the Langmo build, I make it work or not. Pestilence isn't the place to. Like the Pestilence doesn't do anything for. Nothing is affected by the Pestilence thing. Like glass, you would want to run it with something that has glass and stuff, and glass and detox and stuff like that. Is any weapon talents going to be affected by double? Oh yes, Strega, but
Maybe flatline if you have pulls both the targets.
I actually have flatline. Maybe we have pressure point and stuff.
Maybe
You
even
actually mess
ranger
around.
could.
I mean, well, if that would work, say this would work.
Yeah.
I'm not sure those will. Oh, we should try it actually. Although, well, actually, I'm not too interested in that thing till they fix it. So we're good for conflicts? No, because it's still the better choice. Like, there's nothing to. I mean, headshot builds you can go with as well, but then you need to hit headshots, which is actually a common thing. Bighorn, especially Bighorn, headshot based builds. I tried this one. Convert this friendless backpack with companions. Yeah, that. I mean. Also, yeah, no, I don't care enough to like hide my spec weapon and stuff. Like, that's not something I care enough about. We're not tryharding at all. Because also, yeah, I should have colorblind mode on for these fights.
Same Umbra build? No, he has Cheska for some reason on it. Okay. Striker Stinger build. PTSU.
Yeah, and actually that.
Pesty.
This wasn't the guy from earlier, was it?
Oh, that's what? 2-piece Hanayu, 2-piece Brazos, 2-piece Cheska. He's running Turmoil, but that he doesn't know that doesn't work.
Yeah. He's trying to get that proficiency that also doesn't work. Yeah. I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly what I'm on, but I'm like way higher than 60 normally, and then I'm not sure if I'm at the cap because I remember last night doing a quick calc of like what is the better option. I think I landed on 57 something else in conflict.
Yeah, I'm on 55
in conflict, right?
Yeah, in conflict.
I think I'm similar. So I think they're gonna spoil my one-time DZ. That server maintenance things, those are basically never real.
Go down or we split?
So maybe join those guys. Just bunching up is gonna be overall better.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Yeah, he's running Skeleton right from the start.
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected.
3 of them are on top. All 4 of them.
Yeah, we're gonna have a side fight here. I'm about to have a bad day. Let's try to...
One on top, one on top.
Agent down.
Yeah, one on top there.
Why can't I get cover behind this? Yeah, I can on the corner.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
That's great.
One's pushing me here. Ah.
Agent incapacitated.
That was a second shooter there.
Agent.
I was hoping there wouldn't be.
Deceased.
No, by the way, minus 10 per chance. It's basically whatever you have as the watch points. So just you can go watch your watch points and how much you have.
Alright, bro. You can't do fuck all without your skills, dude.
I mean, that's yeah.
Just set me on fire because one of my my 1 pixel is in the sticky. So
Yeah.
Vital signs critical.
I went into
Agent
the
out of action.
hive zone.
Agent vital signs 0.
So I can get this.
An agent needs
I mean,
assistance.
definitely.
enjoy
Umbra seems
your own
to.
medicine.
Although I still like it better than like the Adrenaline Rush in them.
Who's
Although
up
it
here?
depends
Okay.
on the how close you are.
They on top,
Yeah.
so they gonna spawn campus now from top now.
Boost about to activate.
Oh, it's all of them are here.
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah. The other guy's pesty tick gonna transfer to me.
Boost now active. Immediate medical assistance needed.
Danger too close. Oh yeah, I actually have two
Agent
two
down.
yellow cores, right? My foam is actually much
Agent
bigger.
killed.
I don't mean to know. I don't disagree, Andreas. I'm just not gonna do it. Like, I don't care enough about conflict to do that. Like, yeah, if we're min-maxing to that degree, I would actually, like, care more about also what I'm kind of, like, running and stuff. I'm fine. Half strength. Yeah, I'm not gonna use my pulse.
About to
I wouldn't
expire.
mind transferring to a mortar in a second, although I think I've already made that decision.
Yeah.
The boost is now offline.
You wanna play Scribbles? I'm gonna play Scribble too.
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected. An agent needs assistance.
I don't understand. How was that not a hit? I literally hit his like. But yeah. It's whatever.
Some movement. Doing a pulse here.
Yeah, maybe I can shame on the
Yeah,
left
you can
side
mortar
there.
him. The other one's coming too.
A specialization supply drop has been arranged.
Yeah, that is gonna hit. Yee. But that's a decoy.
Yeah, that's why it's not moving.
Yeah, at least I can get it out.
Hostile stinger hive detected.
Yeah, one of them is, I think, running Syscore as well. Oh, that guy wasn't there anymore. Okay,
Agent down.
I'm awake, except not.
Hostile artillery turret detected.
Let's get back in this fight. There are two of them back there as well.
Agent
Another one's
deceased.
pushing.
Supply drop being claimed by friendly. The specialization supply
Why
drop
is
has
my
been claimed
turret
by an
not doing
ally.
anything? I just spam it like an idiot to do it something and it just
You will
waits.
lock it to a post position. You should never spam with that.
Yeah, but yeah, just wait a second. I don't double tap it like that quick. It's just waiting.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent incapacitated.
Indirect trade.
Agent killed.
You don't have many reinforcements left.
Wait, how is this still actually somewhat close? That we're actually heading towards a mercy rule. One on the outside, two on the outside. Pulsing.
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected. Hostile stinger hive detected. An agent needs assistance. Boost about to come online.
On the other side.
Boost
Got him.
online.
There are no more rogue reinforcements.
Gonna claw that back.
Don't see anyone in the back.
Could maybe push this.
The boost is being taken
Behind.
by allies. Allies have acquired the
Coming
boost.
back.
He's on the bridge, maybe he jumped down. He's still there.
Fun sometimes. Yeah, especially versus this. This actually turned out into a decently fun match. Gonna pulse. Hopefully we see him.
Agent down.
Gonna go around actually.
Oh, sure.
Actually, I'm not gonna go around because
Speaks of
Needing
PK.
assistance.
I'm gonna call out if he's pushing.
Yeah,
He's pushing, he's pushing, he's
Yeah,
pushing.
yeah,
He's
I
on
know.
fire. Yeah, nice.
I had enough time to get that guy up.
Victory is yours. Good job.
No use to using Fish Whisperer. Oh. That's what fungus does. I feel both are definitely decent choices. The main reason actually I dual stream is just, yeah, for instance, some people have YouTube Premium and they prefer that, and as well I have, of course, like the YouTube channel definitely is a decent chunk of my viewerships. Okay, well, that studio guy kind of did his part. Yeah, let's keep it going. Well, actually, after the next match, maybe let's pull out. I wouldn't mind going back to either the island or the pestilence as well, just for a little AB kind of. Because while I don't mind this capacitor, I think it would work better if I wasn't, like, for instance, using pulse and stuff. Although maybe I can just swap to a seeker. And Hater Arms, I'm gonna guess you're in our last match. Yeah, we're playing around here with some conflicting.
Pulse res, and I didn't get any other. But yeah, that's a pulse res.
Yeah, I said that one there.
Yeah.
Well, actually, yeah, knowing up front is not that. They swap too much.
Yeah.
Well, that's why
I mean,
actually,
if they looked at me, I have a mortar on.
yeah. Also, if there's anybody out there that is interested in joining us, feel free to say so. As will likely be just doing a bunch more conflict matches still, like for another hour-ish.
Defeat the enemy before your reinforcements are spent.
And I'm doing better on remembering to charge up. Let's go for the high ground range. Hoping the rest of the team kind of comes with us. Shield and Revive 5 definitely seems like a choice. Gonna wait a few more seconds and then pulse.
I'm sure the
Well,
pulse res
but,
guys is
yeah.
on the roof. Wait, I can shoot the foam through? Okay, I can shoot through the building.
That's handy. Don't actually see where that guy was.
Hostile defender drone. Detected.
There's two of them behind.
Oh, one's pushing through.
Got one.
An agent needs
Is that
assistance.
behind? Oh no, that's downstairs. Oh, awesome. Oh yeah.
Hostile stinger hive detected.
Yeah.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent
Come on,
down.
Enzo.
Agent
If I just
deceased.
focused the guy on the right, I could have gotten him.
Hostile restore hive detected.
And thank you so much for the kind words there, brother. Brother Demo. Would also need to be firewall for that, so let's not do that here. But actually, after this match, I do want to swap over to different builds. Although I haven't have it,
Not
I don't have it
charge because you're
saved.
gonna be on top.
Yeah.
Boost about to activate. Agent down.
I'm gonna peek around this line.
Hostile artificer hive detected.
Artificer.
Put
Boost
her right
active.
here.
Allies are acquiring the boost.
Gonna cover you.
The
More
boost has
damage.
been taken by
Okay.
allies.
Yeah, they're on top there. They also know where we are now. That's the iron line. Gonna pulse.
Hostile defender drone.
One behind, you push
Oh,
through.
behind. Oh, that's where the shots were coming.
An agent needs assistance. Serious trauma detected. Agent down. Agent vital signs 0.
I should give up on this farm. It's not my jam. Oh, just somebody else recognizing there. Who else is hitting you there?
Can I get out of combat, please?
That takes quite a while.
Nah, there it is. But always my armor is not fully maxed out, at least on my screen.
Oh yeah, that's normal. Same here. It's the I think that's because of the watch thing, or like the watch not being.
Oh yeah, the armor.
Because I don't remember that from
I
like
can
before.
I can shoot the foam through the building. Just
That's, oh, watch out.
Agent down.
Don't release.
there's
Hostile
still
stinger
another one.
hive
Yeah, yeah.
detected.
The stinkers getting him. Behind.
I sent the specialization supply drop your way.
Oh shit, there's one more down there.
Hostile restore hive detected.
He's up here.
An
Charging.
agent needs assistance.
Got him.
I'll get the revive. Gonna pulse. Okay. Let's get this guy.
Agent down. Hostile defender drone detected.
Okay, there's something where my hive is there.
Oh, he's on there.
Oh, watch out, that
An
hive is
agent
actually.
needs assistance.
Well, as you know, it's a skill
Got him.
tierless. One's pushing across, basically trying to get behind us. Likely going for the boost, but
Fight is
He's not
halfway
making
done.
it in
The
time.
specialized
Yeah, he didn't make it, he
supply
tried
drop
to
has
get it.
expired.
second shooter down there.
On one of them I got immune, so I think he has a ass, bro.
Agent down.
Yeah, or might have popped the sharpshooter one. Yeah, there's two down there.
One on top, one on top. Got
Coming
him.
back.
Pushed from the back.
Yeah, there's one. That corner still.
An agent needs assistance.
There's two of them like down
Hostile
here.
restore hive detected. Boost.
Being
About to go
annoying with
online.
that.
Hostile
pulse
monitor
here.
hive detected.
He's on the corner on the left side.
Hostile defender drone detected. Boost online.
He's gonna find a peak. He used that peak at the start of the game, so I'm gonna peek him on the left.
Yeah, one's pushing out, one's pushing out. On the left side, two of them actually kinda, one covering him and the one doing the shooting.
Vital signs critical.
I get you, I get
Oh,
you.
Agent
yeah,
down.
finish me off.
Agent vital sign.
What was the build? Shield piston with explode enemies called? So using stream ones. Oh, that's Regulus, but that's the weapon. Regulus just does that. Gonna try to link back up with you guys.
Boost will soon deactivate.
Charge up first.
There are no more rogue reinforcements. Eliminate whoever's left.
Boost has expired.
He's gonna be one there, yeah. On the truck. On the other side.
Gonna hive this for a second. Yeah. And out in the open. Should be here. Attacking from behind.
Hostile restore hive detected.
Go on the distance in the back there.
Coming through, coming through, coming through.
Shock
Found
rounds.
him, but
Charge up Elmo.
right side. Or where is he?
Agent down. Hostile stinger hive detected.
I can try and cover you. He's behind.
I'm sending you a specialization supply drop.
Another one?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Finished.
Agent down.
Yeah, that's the last lives. Just one guy
Agent
left.
deceased.
You're running low on
Yeah, that's the one
reinforcements.
that's in the back. That's the one I formed when he was running
Yeah.
through.
Let's link up and just bum rush him 4 versus 1 it. I'll have Pulse in a second as well, though. That might be the Pulse res guy.
Oh, you
An
killed
agent
him, you
needs
killed him.
assistance.
But from where?
Was it on?
Roof, okay. Yeah, he's roof.
I'm with you. I'll have Pulse in a second too. I'm gonna save it for here. Although it might be that Pulse resist guy. Oh, he's over there. Let's just bum rush him.
Oh, there he is.
Let's go back for their spawn.
A friendly is claiming
Might
a
not.
supply drop.
Boost
Remember to
about
charge up your
activate.
Umbra.
The specialization supply drop was just picked up by a friendly.
He's fighting this guy.
Boost now active.
You're almost out of time.
No.
You won. Well done.
But yeah, the build you're kind of looking for is the Headhunter, because there's a few ways of doing it, but I'll link to like one of the common ones, which is Headhunter's Fury. It's 111. Are these links correct? Actually, actually, so let's exit here for a sec. I just want to
Okay.
see. So when actually, I want to swap my loadout, but I don't have it saved. So is this working? Yeah. Okay. So these are updated. But yeah, that'll take you to a setup that has that, which is
Safe area
this one.
detected.
But yeah, it's basically you use Headhunter to stack or like get after one kill with the Regulus that you can like kind of auto kill with it. There's also a high-end version and stuff with it that you can make as well. If you're familiar with the build collection, all of them are in the recommended list. I'll put the link to that one on YouTube as well.
Thanks.
So let's go actually back to this, and then especially I need to change the specialization, which I didn't have just by the hand. Yeah. So this two around. There's a weapon that has no crit chance. Actually, it's the big one for that. So I'm on 55, so I'm on 70, or well, so 75, 60, or no. Wait, what am I on? 50, so 65, so 55 with the iron lung, and then that's fine. And let's take actually, you know what? I'm gonna take demo. I hate the stagger that much. Because also that'll save me from one explosion. Whenever you're loaded up, feel free to join back up.
Yep, I'm just crafting some pieces for the build that always so hate for the stinger and fire sticky. Just so I can have that in case I would find back. But I think instead of the defender drone, the stinger hive is a little better.
And they do different things. I mean, the thing is with in here especially, like all the skills, or a lot of skills are really good choices. Honestly, Stinger Hive just to cover like a lane. Because it's basically early warning system kind of thing, basically. That's how I can use it.
I'm just clearing up my
Hello there.
Yeah, I
caches real
think so.
quick.
Oh, actually, that one needs to stay. Almost deconstructed a piece that I need to keep. Still have this umber piece as well right here. Let's put that one away because I don't need that per se.
Yeah.
Another agent has joined your group.
So okay, get the conflict back a little bit. Enjoy as well. If anybody else out there wants to join us, feel free to say so. Although I'll start a matchmaker here, but we can always where did that go? You can always either cancel or like after the next one jump at.
Oh, that was quick.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes it goes like that. Regular version. Oh yes. Yeah. Oh. Right. Did you load in that too?
Hostile defender drone. Detected.
Oh, it's
Just
because
for the loss.
yeah, no, it's because of the
Hostile
team
explosive
elimination
single
thing.
mine
Right?
detected.
Yeah.
Agent down.
Team elimination. Haven't played this in like forever.
Oh, round lost. Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
I
that's
was
that's why
thinking
it
I
loaded
already-
us in here because likely the other ones
Okay,
left.
I'm just standing up right now. I kind of wanted to already type in like GG's because I think it was skirmish and it was the end. Get charging up. Oh,
Boost about to come online.
rather early.
No, watch out. The other two like aren't moving. So we're by
Left side.
ourselves.
They use Oxy.
Yeah. I noticed.
Okay, I downed one guy.
One's on the roof.
An agent
Left
needs
side.
Stinger hive.
He's foamed, but I'm dying to
hostile
bestie.
Stinger hive detected.
He's left side, pushing out.
What?
Why can't I turn my camera around?
Agent down.
Oh no, server shutting in 12 seconds. We're gonna delta in the middle of the match.
Yeah. Let's see if we can crawl this back.
If he's using Oxy escape, but I'm just gonna go mortar and I don't care.
Oxy isn't that good in here. You survive like a tick or two.
Yeah, that's yeah, DPS is just so good.
Yeah. Like unless
We
somebody's
cannot go roof?
foaming for you, maybe.
We're gonna go roof.
The rest of the
I
team
think,
is
yeah,
not
right.
really pushing up with us. Because keep in mind as well, this is like team elimination, so it's not skirmish. We don't respawn into the same match.
Yeah.
So it's best to kind of link up here. I'm gonna try to get a stinger towards the end here and just see if anybody's pushing.
I don't see anyone.
Explosive seeker mine
I don't
detected.
think there
On the-
is anybody there. Oh, one's
Oh, he's
pushing up.
getting lit up.
An agent needs assistance.
Oh yeah. That's
Hostile defender drone detected.
he's using Oxy. He's Oxen from the top. He's in the back. One in behind from our spawn.
Coming.
Agent down.
One. Oxy on top. He's Oxying from. He's like down there.
Nah.
Vital signs critical.
So, oh, all three of them are there, which you don't
Agent
want
out of action. Agent killed. Boost.
Yeah, you
about
can't
to
Oxy me
activate.
from there, bro.
Boost online.
to. Yeah. A shield guy.
Whoever is left standing wins.
It's the Oxy guy. Come on.
Yes. Wait, did you get all four? No, you got three.
Yep.
You, one versus three.
Three.
difference.
Well, I think the one, or maybe Oxy himself or something.
No, that was the guy that died like at the start when he came up.
Yeah, so yeah, I got three. He was still Oxying, but yeah. That's kind of like the problem in, like with Oxy in open world. Enemies roll out of the Oxy.
The boost is now offline.
I think they're gonna expect a roof now.
Oh yeah, but let's still do it.
You know. And
I'll have
throw,
poles for this one as well.
yeah, I'm gonna throw Hive there.
I don't want to leave my hive there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the ox is
there.
already.
Hostile defender drone detected.
Ah, shit.
Vital signs critical.
And I didn't even get him.
Agent down.
That's the worst side.
Agent vital signs 0.
So that second guy just too late.
Hostile stinger hive detected.
And he was like way further out, so I was like, I'm safe from this guy, but I wasn't safe from him. So we started
another
writing timer.
one?
If you never recession, that's the only thing.
Where's the other one?
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected.
Because yeah, you do need to recession too.
Shit, that's how you
I should have said that maybe.
Who's cheater? Oh. Yeah. Let's do this real quick. He was trying to revive him.
I just,
Who was
I got,
talking who's cheater?
is that on our
Who was
team?
black hawk guy?
He's on the other team, I think.
So I think it's the other team.
I mean, yeah, they were winning 2-0. There must be cheaters coming in there.
I mean, yeah, I won with 3 of them, so I have to be a cheater.
Although, yeah, we did lose one player here, so it's yeah, 3 versus 4. Oh no, actually, it's backfell.
I don't know, before.
I don't know, actually. Oh, wait.
No, we didn't.
No,
Nobody left.
that social screen was wrong then.
If we don't lose this one, we have a win.
I mean, yeah, this
Because
is.
after that, it
We
would be
can
a
win,
match
they
point.
can draw. For the time being.
Agent down.
Already on top.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Uh,
An agent needs assistance.
I was getting hit by like invisible shit and stuff.
Agent
Because that
vital
wasn't the
signs
best he takes.
0.
I was actually getting hit by damage, which somebody I feel turned on their cheat engine.
Agent down.
I wouldn't be surprised if they like rate cheating.
Boost about to come online.
Yeah, the rate cheating in the. Let's charge up. That also kind of makes sense as to how fast I got melted on the other ones. Unless that was a
Hostile defender
nemesis
drone
shot,
detected.
I wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, he's shooting
Hostile
through a wall.
explosive seeker mine detected.
Where is he
Agent
though?
needs
I
assistance.
just wanna see him and kill him. Yeah. And he's doing only headshots too, so yeah.
Immediate medical
I
assistance.
thought that box
needed.
was an agent jumping over.
Agent down. Agent vital signs 0.
You know, let's make sure to actually. Yeah, assist score with Headhunter is doing this. Yeah.
Agent down.
Hey,
Let's be
wait,
sure
which
to
one is it? Black
report him.
Hawk?
Yeah, Black.
Yeah. But yeah, I can't do it now, right? Okay, maybe I can from the leaderboards?
No, from recent. But yeah, let's actually exit here because Mr. wants to join us as well. And yeah, and then trying to slow clap like this.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, yeah, look at you trying, you so bad, you did not get owned. When I just won with 3 of all of them, like,
Yeah.
yeah, sure, dude.
Let's exit out of there. So we can regroup up. Oh yeah, Mr. You can hop in as well. And as well, anybody else, if anybody's interested.
Entering safe area.
It's my first cheater in conflict.
Here's my second one.
Another agent.
You
is
can
now
go
in your
from although actually no, the recent I think actually I'm leaving that session. Not the recent state.
The
I was losing my cheats.
Like,
Well, they weren't
what can
cheating
I-
for the matches before that. They started cheating like when they were starting to this. Which isn't
I
uncommon.
don't have him on recent,
Yeah, recent is empty.
but in chat I can report. But it's communication and gameplay together, but there's no like cheating or something.
Glad to see you, Agent.
Gameplay and then cheating. Or gameplay and then like I don't remember what it's called, but something in there.
Thanks for making.
There's a like report. There's communication or gameplay integrity. And
Yeah, yeah.
there's
So and then
spamming offensive.
it's like after that there's also a list. So you go gameplay and then
Wait.
there's like cheating after.
It's inappropriate griefing, inappropriate person, offensive voice chat, and spamming. I don't see like cheating.
Just pick something.
Ah, yeah.
And then whenever you're ready, feel free to join back up.
Maybe that's the problem with the chat one because you're reporting like a chat thing. Oh, it's wait. If I do report and not gameplay but communication, there's cheating. Okay. Okay. Cheating. Thank you.
Hmm.
So it was not gameplay but communication.
I don't think like it really matters which one you pick at all.
Another agent has
It's
joined
more
the
like the
crowd.
account needs to be
Yeah,
flagged and then
But
somebody
I want
needs
to pick
like
at least the right one.
Hmm. Actually, let's do that. Actually, you know what? Let's go with the bestie for a fight. Yeah, if everybody's ready. Let's take it into a few more matches, likely like 2 or 3 more, depending on how much time we have. So restart now these AS people, that's right. I mean, it's basically, yeah, likely you are maybe in some weird state or something, and because normally, yeah, it should resession you to full servers, or like at least, you know, not per se empty DZs. Well, the thing, yeah, it's not just visual, but in their case, it did actually. But the thing is, yeah, you need to resession at some point. So if you go to New York and back, but that also would have likely then put you in, like if you were in a weird state where it was just putting you into empty DZs, that would have like changed that after as well. Stadium it is.
Nemesis sniper. That is another sniper.
I mean, Nemesis
Bighorn.
secondary is not uncommon. All of these are running like,
Another one shot. Full red.
yeah. Well, they're not going to be using the Nemesis much, I think. That's just a common secondary. Well, always has been for conflict. Just in case you run into like a long range shot, you can just swap to that. Because trying to get a Nemesis shot off in here is also like super inconsistent. Because also, if they really wanted to snipe, they would have had that determined.
Neutralize all enemies before you run out of reinforcements.
I kinda feel like I wanna do mortar. Just because they don't have armor.
They know we're coming. Let's charge up here.
I'm gonna charge like the back here.
Second pulse.
Already go in the middle.
Yeah, one's pushing.
One is close.
Hostile defender drone detected.
One is using mortar.
Need assistance.
Yeah.
But the mortar is close to us.
Hostile artillery turret.
One's actually by us in the back. That's where I am.
Serious trauma detected.
Okay,
Agent down.
using mortar then.
Agent down.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be like
Agent
the
killed.
dick that starts with mortar, but
Retaliatory mortar.
yeah. Now I have to wait for this hive again. Oh yeah,
Hive is kind of fine as well. Here you can just put that there.
yeah, I'm gonna
Yes.
do that. It's fine. I don't need the sticky.
Yeah.
Where are they?
On the left here. There's one behind that truck. Where's you gonna push him?
He's pushing through.
An
Oh,
agent needs assistance.
I
Where
hit
was he?
mortar
Where was
right
he?
in my
Oh,
face.
that's pushing. Wait, are you not demo?
I have demo. Maybe it didn't change. Because
Is that
of
perk not work in PvP? I would have assumed that perk would work in PvP. Oh, all three are here.
Serious trauma detected.
Didn't even take the one with me,
Agent
sadly.
incapacitated. Agent deceased.
Best.
Boost.
There is never a best though, especially in conflict. Let's say.
There's
Oh, I have this
an
again.
explosive sticky. Watch out.
Yeah, I need to do that.
Boost now active. Vital signs critical.
Yeah. Sadly,
Agent
get got
out
in
of
there.
action. Agent
Yeah.
But there's a ton of shit that will work for conflict.
Well, like, where's spawn protection?
Immediate medical
This
assistance
is like
needed.
this is the way mortars is
Agent
used
out of action.
against.
Agent killed.
Reinforcements.
But also we get mercy route.
Yeah.
Because he's
Okay,
he's not putting it in the spawn thing. Like
Hostile artillery turret detected.
The enemy is too strong. We might have to pull you out.
An agent
Like,
needs assistance.
I'm out of the mortar. What are you on about?
Boost about to expire. Boost has expired. Immediate medical assistance needed.
they got although I think that was maybe a determinant. That is actually stacked up.
Agent down.
But there's no single best build in because conflict, as with a lot of places, is mostly about countering what you're encountering. So
He's placed it on the top again.
Vital signs critical.
Now he's gonna aim here.
Agent
See
out
me
of
in the
function.
range. Boom.
I
Agent
just
vital
use
signs,
yeah,
0.
and this.
Agent down.
You've been defeated.
So, there's also good matches. It's definitely like it depends on who you're encountering, who your team is, how's it going, and stuff like that. Because sometimes it's just a roll up like that, and then it just becomes about just getting at least something out of it, which like I didn't at all. Complete dumpster fire. Alright. Well, I'm gonna just still keep playing this though. Like, I always love people that is like have opinions like that. Like, thanks for sharing. The only thing that changed there isn't me going like, hey, oh shit, conflict is bad. I'm going like, oh, this person's an idiot, and I'm not gonna trust anything they say ever. Like, because yeah, it takes some conviction of your own stupidity to come into somewhere where conflict is being played and go like, conflict is a dumpster fire. No, there's bad matches, and yeah, especially thing is some maps are also like worse than others. Especially like I remember now, actually, that one on that side has that. But we've also had plenty of good matches tonight. Like I've quite enjoyed myself. But yeah, that one there. Well, there is defending it. Like yeah, we could have gone mortar as well, double mortar, and just kind of just fight it out there. But
I didn't catch much, but one of them is fire sticky,
yeah, that's the same.
and
That was on our side earlier.
then the other one is Striga with Striker and Reachway Sprite.
Striker. It's an
I think
interesting
he's
one to
like
pick.
I think he's that confident that he's gonna spawn camp us that he can like stack Striker.
Even then, you need to be the one to get the kill.
Yeah.
And also, doesn't it like drop off like in 5 seconds in PvE? I don't think
I don't know.
they're either PvE or they're just, you know,
Yeah.
running bullshit at the start.
Defeat the enemy before your
Back to normal
reinforcements are
DPS.
spent.
Don't beat the last guy.
And charge up right away.
I don't know where to go. Gonna left side or right side? Or middle? Or roof?
Let's do what the rest does here. We'll get Bishop on the left side with them. I'm gonna put the Stinger Hive upstairs. Oh,
Are they
there's more
there?
No, I think there's two up there even.
Why is the... Oh yeah, the Striga now spread it
Hostile explosive Sigma mine
from the
detected.
hive.
Yeah,
But
but
it
it's like,
already
like
dropped.
5 seconds. Gonna toss a grenade up there.
Hostile defender drone detected.
Oh yeah, keep your defender
Hostile
drone
Stinger
above you,
hive
please.
detected.
So I can form it and form you on top. Oh, defender drone. Yeah, stay there, stay there. Eh. Bad timing. Let's empty out there.
An agent needs assistance.
I'm expecting one to push through on the side. Shall we just bum rush this side and try to come behind them? I feel that's like the play here. Just sitting here and waiting for it is not. I'm gonna put one more grenade up there. That hit 2 again. Yeah, let's go.
Ambush.
Yeah, let's go from
Yeah.
behind.
Yeah, let's go. I'm
Got
going
a
right
Stinger
behind
Hive
you.
as well.
We're gonna have a stinger in the back or someone watching the ladder.
That's fine. I'll take that hit. Just return.
I don't know where the stinger is, where he placed it.
It's upstairs. There's also one
Vital
watching
signs
it there.
critical.
Watch out, one's on the corner there.
Agent out of action.
So when they reach that cover in time.
Agent killed.
I don't think he knows there were two of us.
Boost online.
Let's see about maybe pushing in. Charge up first.
I'm gonna empty his stinger a little bit. With my stinger.
The boost is being taken by allies.
Nice.
Allies have acquired the boost.
Oh, one's pushing across the street there. Some movement.
Hostile explosive Sigma mine detected.
Watch out in the back there.
Hostile defender drone.
I wouldn't surprise me if he wants to take the second roof. Is he here? No, he's not.
Hostile Stinger Hive detected.
Almost got one.
I won't breach.
Bro missed. One is down.
I'm gonna try and get him. I think I grenaded him there.
Yeah.
Otherwise the Stinger's gonna get me.
I'm gonna push though. No, not here. That's fine.
A specialization supply drop
We're on the
has been
roof
arranged
here.
for you.
Are they on the other end there?
What in there?
Okay, one's down here, one's down here.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, one there, one there. I don't see the other side. He's on the truck.
One's down the street as well. I saw some movement there. Gonna go get the thingy. Oh, actually, one's in the street behind me here.
Yeah, I see him, I see him. I'm waiting for him to push. One is aiming at me. I saw a laser. He's going back to the truck, maybe.
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected.
He's gonna go
push
get that
magic.
buff.
I think they're gonna want to push magic. Yeah,
Supply drop being claimed
nice.
by friendly.
Let's go magic. Survive.
The specialization supply drop has been claimed by an
They
ally.
changed to one has a fire cam.
You're halfway through the fight.
I got one. Yeah, we took their roof.
Hostile
One
Stinger
put the
Hive
stinger on
detected.
top, so he's close to the stairs.
Yeah,
The
Close to the
enemy
ladder.
I think.
They're about to
There's a
get
second
the
one. Oh well, that's actually down the path there. You're gonna push up through here and try to help.
Yeah, they trying to kill magic, so there's some there.
Yeah.
Vital signs critical. Agent out of action.
Wow, got us both.
Hostile defender drone detected. Agent deceased.
Actually, let's go back to the iron one. Has a little bit better range. It's a weird feeling match. One down the alleyway. Got him.
They're trying to go up here and throw a
An agent needs
stinger up in
assistance.
here.
Yeah.
Boost.
It was likely that guy. He was either full red or likely skill. Oh, one.
There's one or two there.
Yeah, there's one more.
Where are they? Oh, I see one.
Detected. Agent out of
He
action.
had a much better position than me, so didn't get that one.
I got him.
But
Yeah, Marcel.
victory. They won't be coming back now.
that corridor on the left is just not doable. The funny thing is, like, on our side, we don't have the same, like, defensiveness of that one. Oh, yeah. It's been a while since I've been top score.
carry.
I just ran into the most of them, I feel.
This would be a perfect match for mortar. Just all of them on the roof. Just one mortar.
Oh yeah, that's also why that gets used on this match so much, or on this map.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I couldn't change because I didn't die, and yeah, I didn't die. Yeah, I left others die, so I can feel good about myself.
Yep.
Just I'm the one getting carried.
Unless this is like a super bad match, likely our last match. Or at least, well, my last match.
Yeah, I'm gonna end it too.
Don't want to make it too late. Because I might have the option maybe tomorrow afternoon to stream, but not too sure. Kind of depends on how the day goes. And then, yeah, Friday I'll be away for the whole day, but then the weekends, the plan is just to bash out a ton of conflict. Yeah, sadly, we won't be making use of Envy, although tomorrow maybe I'll do a Envy just Nemesis run just to keep doing the weekly Nemesis.
Today I'm gonna sleep real well, knowing that I made a guy rage.
Yep. That's basically winning by itself already. That skill build guy on the other team already.
Umbra. Hardwired.
Yeah.
Cluster and burn. That one is Heartbreaker. And health. And status, yeah. Heartbreaker. 3-piece Heartbreaker. With 2-piece Killer. Health. I think the guy kind of forgets that most of people use ARs that have damage to health. So his health pretty much doesn't do anything.
Also, like just the amount of damage you give up for that. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, if you get to health, you're pretty much dead. Only.
I mean, the thing is, he's also running it for 2% regen, which, although 2%, like you need 3. 50 seconds is like.
Oh yeah, he was 3%. Yeah.
You need 50 seconds to get all your armor back. Like that's quite a bit, and it's also not enough of a difference damage-wise. You're not gonna trade efficiently with 2%.
Wipe out the enemy before you run out of reinforcements.
I'm gonna push middle or left side. I think middle, right?
Yeah.
See from there. I'm not gonna go more in front because they can push left side.
Yeah, it's easy to get surrounded there. I'm actually gonna watch the right side for a second.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Striker, alright. Which one is running left side?
Hostile defender drone detected.
There's one here.
Okay, I'm coming.
Serious trauma detected.
Can I not trade that?
Agent
Finish.
out of action. Agent killed.
I mean, yeah. They likely get their headshots in, I didn't.
What's up? Oh yeah, I had him in my hand and I was like, why can't I?
You have the magic guy again.
Which magic guy?
From the last match in our team. Like we have the same team as last match.
Yeah. I think someone's on the right side. I think I heard someone.
Right side.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. I'll swap over to that side. Somebody's engaged.
Don't see anyone. Maybe they're already behind us, but I don't think so. Nothing?
I don't see anything.
I mean, okay. Unless they are super trigger disciplined, they're hiding behind there. But
Kind of in their spawn again. Kind of like last match.
oh yeah, he's on the right side there. I can't see him. That Stinger Hive logo is blocking my vision. Oh, he's there in cover.
Yeah, they know we're all there.
Boost online.
I'm getting the one
Agent
behind the
needs
cover.
Assistance.
Staying to the high.
Boost is being taken by the enemy. The enemy has acquired the
Okay,
boost.
the enemy is getting the boost, so they're behind us as well.
Yeah.
Oh, one behind us? In the middle?
Yeah, in the middle, I see, I see.
Detected.
That was a
Two of them.
weird one.
Agent down.
Two of them, right next to each other.
Yeah.
They all facing me, no one is turning around.
Serious trauma detected.
Oh, three of them.
Three of them? Okay.
Agent vital signs.
All three of them are, well, three of them are there.
Hostile striker drone detected.
I put my
Agent
hive
needs
there.
assistance.
Can get that secret access. I can't buy. Yep. It's so secret that everybody knows about it. That's how secret it is.
Hostile defender drone detected.
Charge up my Umbra.
He has a deployable scanner there.
Hostile stinger hive detected.
Come on.
I'm just standing
My
still.
hive is coming up. My hive is coming up. On the left side, someone.
There's one there as well.
Yeah, one is on the left side.
Why don't you finish him off? Now it's getting revived.
Agent down.
I get Mista. I get him. I get him. And no one on the left side. He's not pushing.
One on the right side pushing.
Specialization supply drop.
I got it
Kill
down.
the drone.
Serious
Yeah.
trauma detected.
Can go for heal.
Yeah, the Pesty's gonna spot it now.
Assistance.
Where's this thing actually? It's still arrive.
There he is.
The enemy is claiming the supply drop.
Hostile seeker mine detected. Agent
One of them
down.
is gonna.
The specialization
mortar
supply
guy
drop has
is
been
gonna
claimed by
spam
the enemy.
his grenade
Hostile
launcher.
striker drone detected.
Yeah. I mean spam.
I mean, yeah.
He has one shot. There's one on that right side from the
Hostile
other thing.
stinger hive detected.
Yeah, I'm trying to get him there, but
I found him out. He's actually exposed. Don't forget him. Foaming again?
Immediate medical assistance.
there's one on the
needed.
like far right side.
Okay,
Like in
that's
that
not the
connection, in
right
the
side that we're
connection.
on.
The magic is pushing on the left side.
That hardware kind of sucks for this.
Yeah, he's gonna spam it all the time.
We're two pushing. I'll finish off that one.
One close. Gonna finish him off.
So there's two behind that pillar.
Yeah,
Right?
they're on the right side. Oh no, all of them are dead. All of them are dead. Let's go.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
go.
Watch out though, we're like all over the place. They spawn back in now.
Yeah. Middle. Right side. One is right side with a
Hostile seeker mine detected.
sting, fire stinger, fire sticky,
Boost about to activate.
Fire stinger, yeah.
fire stinger. Sorry, just can't find words. But yeah, I got him.
Yeah.
Boost now
Gonna
active.
have boost there.
There's the remote pulse there if you can help with that.
The enemy is acquiring the boost. The boost has been taken by
Yeah,
the
bro,
enemy.
I can't from there because for some reason I can't.
How far? How far?
He's
Like,
climbing over.
oh, one's on their left side. I missed him. Or Scorpion
The
actually.
one climbed over, so he's gonna go around to the right side. Gonna place a stinker there.
Hey, we're crawling this one back. This is a good match.
Yeah, one is for sure coming around because he
Hostile
jumped
defender
over.
drone detected.
So he's running all the way
Hostile
around
Stinger
back, maybe.
detected. Hostile explosive seeker mine detected.
There's no
New Stinger Hive.
Keep
Got it
fighting.
before the
The
charge.
rogues have run out of reinforcements. You can win this.
Bombed.
Oh, that was shot there. But yeah, we're kind of pushing into.
An agent needs assistance.
Got Mr.
Oxy.
No, it's me.
Don't see who's shooting it there. No vision at all.
He's on in the spawn. He's in the spawn.
Yeah.
He's shooting her from the spawn. Maybe I can get like a shootout for him now. Caught him off guard. He's dead. The Oxy guy should be dead.
Yeah. Oh, I'm out of ammo almost. Haven't had that ever. One's on the left corner behind the blue font. Others can shoot as
Vital
well.
signs critical.
See him? Downed.
Agent incapacitated.
I'm dead from Pesty, but that's fine.
Agent killed.
You
Yeah.
can push. It's just the one on the spawn. He's on the spawn.
Just the last one.
Yeah, he's in the spawn.
And he's not going to kill all four of us and then also 5 reinforcements. That was a decent match. That was a kind of fun match.
Yeah, that was nice.
Nice supply drop on their end.
I mean, he's not gonna get more than one bullet, right? So
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah,
You
let's
don't have
wait
many
up, wait up, wait up.
reinforcements
Let's bunch up here.
yeah, I'm charging. I'm gonna wait on the right side here if he's wanna go through here, so I can catch him off guard.
Again, I'll kind of guard this side.
Go on, go for the supply drop. I know you want it.
Let's wait for the other two to be here as well, and then I'll just bomb rush him.
I should have changed to mortar, just to get him at the end, but
I just play it safe.
Boost about to come online. Hostile Stinger Hive detected.
Time's almost up.
Boost online.
The specialization supply drop has expired. You missed out.
Where's this dude? Wait, did he get out? No.
no, he's still there.
Oh, he's back there.
Don't matter though. Hello.
Yeah,
Is your
good one to end on.
job.
With a
It was
victory.
a nice turnover.
Yeah.
We pushed them, they pushed us, we pushed them. That was nice.
Yeah. Because yeah, it's the fun fights like those that make conflict worth it.
Yeah, it's not like every match is like the guy just
Yeah.
spamming the spawn.
Well, I didn't get to do too much to it. Well, actually, yeah, I did a lot of damage. I just didn't get the kills. But yeah, let's hop out of here. What level am I now? So 33.
I did 6 levels today. Not bad.
An agent is no longer in your.
And yeah, let's indeed exit out of conflict. I could lock myself out of the sun by not going to room when the door is closed. Yeah, sometimes it bugs out like that. It shouldn't. It should actually teleport you in. There's only a few places, especially with two-man, where, yeah, one person can sometimes leave the room and they don't get reset and stuff.
I think I finished one of the Ubisoft Connect
Thank you.
accommodations. I think it was like 110 conflict matches or something.
Yeah.
I just unlocked it. It was like a pop-up right on my screen.
Yeah, there's some of those,
That
like...
was the only one that I was kind of missing.
Still, I don't think I have that. There's one for, like, cutting... I think it's even, like, one rope. I don't think I've ever cut a rope. On this account, at least. On the other one, I have, actually.
I don't remember. I think I didn't either. Or maybe it was like back in the day, just doing it with friends and we cut each other's ropes, so we get the accommodation.
Yeah, that's usually it. Like, I remember actually sometimes like thinking about that. But let's see if anything useful came out of that as well, loot-wise.
Glad
Or
to
two
see you,
exos.
Agent.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks.
It's interesting actually that I don't think those other exos are in like the caches and stuff in the proficiency and the. So I wonder actually how they're doing how they loot pull them. Although likely they just put them in normal source, because that's what it seems to be pulling from. But yeah, we'll leave it there. But yeah, thanks Spam for joining me, and thank Mista as well.
Yeah, thanks for the run and thanks for the fun.
Yeah, and we'll likely catch each other around tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah, have a good night, man.
Have a good night.
As it will up out of there. And yeah, Mista, you as well. Thank you. Still hate Division PvP. Well, you know what? At least I'll give you credit for even if you do dislike it, you're still trying it out. That's still better than a large part of this community where they talk about stuff without even having attempted it. So yeah. And yeah, we'll round out here. I'm gonna actually in the background go and find somebody for us to raid on the Twitch end, of course, as we always do. And then I'll be back tomorrow. I might be able to stream in the afternoon, but kind of depends. I might just take that time to stitch that video together and have it ready for Friday. That's likely what I'll do with that time. But definitely in the evening I'll be back, and yeah, we'll continuing on. I wouldn't mind doing a descent run while we have Envy, and like I've been still keeping up doing weekly descents even though I have all the comps, so I'm not doing it for that. I'm just doing it just because I enjoy it. And so we'll likely get Envy run in and then maybe jump into some conflict and stuff, and maybe work on that guide, that weapon type guide a little bit more. Also, yeah, 29001. We're getting closer to that 30k mark. Although, yeah, this one doesn't feel as good just because it's yeah, there's a lot of triple XP and stuff in there. So the last 10k went a lot faster than it normally would. And yeah, let's actually go find somebody for us to raid. Actually, let's actually in the category for a second. So maybe there's some fresh faces around where I go like, you know what, let's rate this person or something. With the most of the people that I'm following, we've rated them recently, so I do enjoy spreading the love around. Although yeah, nothing's jumping out at me. You know what? Let's actually go with Mystique, who we rated not too long ago, but yeah, they seem to be trying out Division and they were getting close to 40, so we'll send everybody over there. And yeah, I'll be back definitely tomorrow evening, maybe even in the afternoon, but yeah, no promises. Kind of depends on how how my day goes and how much my workflow and stuff is. And then yeah, Friday I won't be around at all. On the weekend though, I'm planning on as both Saturday and Sunday is evenings or days where I'm mostly free, so we'll likely go for pretty long streams on those days. For now though, yeah, let's start that raid there. And as well, yeah, some work this week on the weapon type guides and stuff, and then maybe once they're done as well, we'll turn that into video and then also go back to working on the descent one. I guess actually this month, very likely. Kind of depends on how it goes. But yeah, for now, enjoy yourself some Mystique Siren. I'll be back tomorrow, and as always, have a good night.